And this is what it looked like before, so I really replaced everything in here. Brought it into Blender. I had to do a 3D track. We don't need the bad guys to spell out their plans. We know I had to create this whole Malachor set from scratch. I made like a 3D model of him. Go run up the stairs. I'm begging you. Hey everybody, I'm Kai Patterson, and I edited the Ahsoka TV series into a feature-length movie, and I am going to do kind of like a breakdown from start to finish about the whole process, what I did, what I changed. Obviously, I changed a lot. All of the content of the series is 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 26 seconds, roughly. My movie is 2 hours and 37 minutes. So I ended up cutting a lot out. So I'm going to kind of go through it, from the beginning all the way to the end of everything that I did. I definitely want to say that you should watch the movie and the series before you watch this breakdown video. I mean, I know that there are some people that are not going to care and they're going to watch this without watching it anyways, but I think you would really enjoy the movie. So I would definitely watch that first. With that out of the way, let's get into my movie. So mine starts off a disclaimer, I'm not making money or anything. Then we have the Lucasfilm logo, as always. The classic, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So we start here with the classic fanfare, and I always think that this fanfare kind of really gets you in the mood for a Star Wars movie. I know it does for me, so that's what I wanted to do with this movie. And I did it for my Obi-Wan movie as well. But I write these myself. I did have some help from my fiance. I asked her, the best wording and stuff for this. I sent it to someone through my Discord who was a moderator on my Discord server for the Patterson Cut, which you should definitely go join. Link is in the description. Her name is Erin, and she helped. There was a part in here, this security transport section right here. I guess I misspelled that. I don't know how I missed that. I said security or something. I don't remember. But I was very glad that was caught, because that would have been super embarrassing if I released that. If you don't remember how the show started beforehand, was this kind of red opening crawl, which honestly I thought was kind of cool. But again, because I was transitioning into a movie, we all are very much aware of how, Star Wars starts. And so I always like to incorporate those into my movies, because I think it's more of a seamless Star Wars experience. I really didn't have a problem with this. I thought it was cool the way it was done. But I was, again, trying to get back to the movie roots. I completely rewrote the opening crawl for the movie. I took inspiration from the one in the show, but I rewrote it. In my movie, I take out a whole section of kind of the early episodes of the show, which is, getting the star map. In my movie, basically, we already have the star map. So I explain that here in the opening crawl. After retrieving a mysterious star map, the prisoner's fierce mercenaries move to extract her before trial in the New Republic. That's a huge thing. That's different in my movie versus the show. I cut out the whole part where Ahsoka is getting the star map and Sabine has to open it, and then she loses it to Shin, and then there's that whole battle. That's all taken out in mine. It originally was in my first cut of this film. I did a cut that was 3 hours long. No one except for me and my fiance have watched that version of it. But as I was watching that, I just knew there's this kind of weird flow, yes, it was a 3-hour movie, but the flow was kind of disrupted by that early plot. And I knew that I could get it down to a real 2.5 hour feature length movie if I just kind of cut that whole subplot out. So I put it in this quick opening crawl. Another thing that I specifically wanted to make sure that I didn't do was in this opening crawl from the show, it talks about Grand Admiral Thrawn. And I know that is good, especially if you haven't watched anything Rebels or anything like that. But for the movie, I specifically wanted you as the audience to learn about Thrawn kind of as our characters in the movie do. So I specifically did not mention Grand Admiral Thrawn in my opening crawl at all. I think it's pretty self-explanatory as we go through the movie, how the characters think about Thrawn and how they feel, what's going on with him and why he's so important to the story. I think that comes in as we watch, so you don't really need it in the opening crawl. The opening crawl usually is just to kind of introduce the main plot going into kind of the first scene. So I think that I accomplished that here. Anyways, wow, we're already so far into this and we haven't even got past the opening crawl. Great. So next we go into my movie here, which is the same how it opens in the Ahsoka show. I just like truncated some stuff just for timing purposes. I'm kind of going to go over the major things. If I went through like literally every single thing that I cut out or changed, this would take many, many hours. You know, I'll show you kind of the things that I really like worked on and made sure, and that I am proud of and want you guys to know. So in my movie, this is how this scene goes.
Jakris, get RD3 to scan these imposters for identification.
Allow me to show you our identification.
The reason why I really like it like this is because Shin's moment, we get a Shin moment later on here. This is like Shin's close-up moment, right? She's kind of the big baddie right here coming in. So we don't need that moment from her in the beginning because this is kind of almost a jump scare, you know? It's that's what it's kind of meant to be. So in the show, they talk between each other for a little bit longer. I cut out some of the fluff of the conversation. I don't think that there's a scene that I didn't like chop up in some little way just to kind of increase the pacing. So in the show, this is how it goes.
Allow me to show you our identification.
I get it. You know, movies have those moments where you kind of see the bad guy. But to me, it just kind of like, it was a little slow, first of all, and also like unrealistic that she would catch them off guard here. Like she's sitting here for like, you know, good 3 or 4 seconds. People would have started shooting, you know? She doesn't really, you know, I know this is like to give her a good close-up, but like I said, we already see that close-up moment later, and I think that one is more powerful anyways. So this one I just cut out, and we have this.
Hey, to show you our identification.
Which I just think it's going to be a recurring theme, but I think that quicker pace lends itself well to a moment like this, especially when she's supposed to catch them off guard. Oh, I mean, this one I kind of like this cut. I mean, come on. Here, I'll see what the original cut is. I honestly don't remember what the original cut is. Yeah, so we see her. We see her face, and then it goes into this hallway, and then we get to this part. But I don't know. I think it was more powerful to cut on the actual slice and then go into this, and you know the brightness of the frame really like hides that cut well, and I don't know. I like it, so that's why I called it out here. Next big thing is when they get Morgan, she starts talking and she kind of talks about like, oh, you know, I guess we can see it in the show. So she stands up here and then he uses the Force, opens that up.
Balin, you are true to your
She starts talking.
And well paid for it.
They have a little conversation about it. Fine, whatever. But in the movie, we don't need that. We can just get
the Jedi
straight to the point. So I had to use VFX here to make her mouth so she doesn't say anything. So here's the original. She starts talking, and then here's my version. I, just kind of used VFX to put a frame of her mouth that wasn't moving on top of the stuff that, when she starts talking. And so you can kind of see here. Yeah. Oh, also, it's obvious to tell when I'm going back and forth between the frames here that my movie, I completely did the color grading. I brightened up a lot of stuff, and I added a little bit more saturation to everything. I just thought that there's this new issue in a lot of content that's coming out where they're making it very gray for some reason, kind of low saturation and low contrast. And I personally don't like that look. So I wanted to pump in a little bit more contrast and saturation to my version. And you'll see that anytime I kind of flip back and forth between stuff from the original show and then stuff that I did, you'll see my color correction change the frame. So the original show looks like this, pretty dark, not a lot of contrast. So brought back that contrast, brightened it up a bit, more saturation. I like it personally, but I know some people are like, oh, maybe it oversaturated it, but again, these movies are for me, and that's what I like. So then we just go straight into them landing on Cetos. I added the lightning in here. So here's the original. You can see right there. Original. He looks up and he sees our friend here up there, the star whale, Purgle. In my version, we have some lightning up here, and then some more lightning to kind of get your eye up to check this out. Plus, I think that the lightning gives a little bit more of a spooky atmosphere. And then this shot, I also changed because we're cutting here. Again, I cut out a lot of the dialogue just because I was like, we just didn't need it. We just want to move forward. And I also think, to me, my personal philosophy on scripts or filmmaking or anything like that is less is more, especially with the script. I want the actor's performance to tell the story, and I think that dialogue comes secondary. Personally, the way I like to write things. So I cut a lot of unnecessary dialogue out if you can kind of get that. You can get what they're saying or feeling just through their performance and their face, show, don't tell. So I had to make a cut here to end this little moment where Shin is walking away. So he's still looking up at the sky here. And I cut to this. This is the original. So Balin was actually looking down at the star map here in this shot that I cut to. So I used VFX to make him look up and then look down, just so this would cut nicely together here. So he's looking up, but if I didn't do that, it's not super noticeable other than the color correction here. But he is looking down. So just, it's the little things, it's the details. Then we move into Ahsoka being introduced, and I like to kind of keep a face reveal. So that's why I have just the back of her head here as she's coming in. And then I don't reveal her face until she and Hera meet up. So basically at this point in the story, we have Balin, who has taken Morgan out of the prisoner transport, and now they're kind of getting things together. They already have the star map. So now we're getting into, Hera's called Ahsoka now, and she's coming in to kind of see what's going on. And we kind of cut out the whole thing with Ahsoka getting the star map with the HK-87 droids and all that stuff. So one of the biggest differences in this scene is that Ahsoka, she no longer has this star map because the bad guys have it. So I had to cut around, anytime they were holding this, I had to do VFX to cut it out.
I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan.
Yeah, so I took that line actually and I put that in a different spot here. So in mine, this is how things go.
I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan.
If Thrawn survived, does that mean Ezra?
So this one I'm pretty proud of. Hera in this, she's looking down at the star map in the original shot. I also zoomed way in because she is holding the star map as well. So in this
of his return, which led me to Morgan.
Original shot, she's looking down at the star map for so long. It was just kind of awkward to cut to, or to have that, shot where it kind of pans over and rack focuses to Hera and she is like looking down. And in this scene, the way I have it in the movie, she's not supposed to have the star map because the bad guys have it. I added her eyes being open, and I think it kind of adds a little bit of flair to the performance as well here.
I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan.
If Thrawn survived...
And this is the original.
I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan.
If Thrawn...
I'll give that another go for you.
I started hearing whispers of his return, which led me to Morgan.
If Thrawn survived, does that mean Ezra?
You probably noticed in my movie that there were a couple times when Hu Yang said things that he didn't say in the show. Those were all performed by me. Actually, anytime that there is any kind of like line that wasn't in the show, it's performed by me with like speech-to-speech voice cloning. So I performed it, and then I used 11 Labs to, voice clone, whether it's Ahsoka or Hu Yang or Sabine a couple times. I did the performance myself, had to get the accents correct and everything and the cadence. And then I overlaid the clone's voice on top of that. And it's not perfect, but it's what, I kind of needed to do in order to change some of the plot points around. Also, real quick aside, my ethical standard for, voice cloning or using AI stuff in general, I think personally for something like a fan edit, and something that's not making any money, it's a hobby project, it's like literally everything was done by me. I did the visual effects, I edited new music, the whole process is done by one person. And for a hobby project like this, I'm not hiring other artists to come in and do stuff. It's a project done by myself, for myself, basically. And then I share it with other people who would like to watch it. But basically what I'm trying to say is that I don't make any money from this or anything like that. I think that makes it okay to use these kind of AI tools as hobby projects and not as replacements for professional performances or artwork or anything like that. These are hobby projects, not making money. So that's my opinion on kind of the AI thing. I am a filmmaker, so, I write scripts, I direct, I, do short films, gearing up for feature films soon and stuff. So I'm not planning on using AI ever in my career to replace people that I would normally hire. I think that AI is a great tool, and I'm very interested to see how it can kind of help the process of stuff, just kind of like how there was like practical puppets and, practical effects that happened. And even Star Wars had this, moment too. And especially with Jurassic Park, where they went from, having those practical effects to now digital effects. And I view this kind of like AI tech, as kind of the next stepping stone of technology in the film industry and in arts and stuff. And I definitely think that we need some regulations on it because I think that there are some very scary things that are happening in terms of like unethical data sets and everything like that, stealing art, that kind of stuff. Again, that's a whole different topic we could talk about a lot, but I just wanted to address that. These are hobby projects, and that's why I personally feel that it is okay to use these AI tools. I'm not claiming that this was the original or anything like that. I know that there are still probably people that will disagree, and that's okay. I would love to hear your thoughts about it in the comments, but that is my personal opinion on the matter at the moment. It could always change. But yeah, anyways, that being said, here in this moment, we have Hu Yang say a new line of dialogue that he didn't say in the show, but this was to kind of gear up for the next part of the movie and use it as a kind of an exposition moment. So here we go.
Know where to look.
We were on our way to Corellia to investigate one of Lady Morgan's old facilities. My intel suggests she has found an ancient star map with extragalactic calculations. It is very troubling.
It's never a straight line with you Jedi, is it?
So I gotta say, David Tennant's accent is pretty wild. It's very, very specific, and it was really hard for me to get. I also heard that he's a Scottish actor who's doing a British accent. So I was an American person doing a British accent from a Scottish person doing a British accent. So it was all over the place, but I think it works for the purposes that I needed it to. I'm not trying to make it like absolutely perfect. It's just a fan edit. I just needed to move from one thing to the next. I do pride myself in the quality of my fan edits. But if I was going for absolute perfection, I would never end up releasing these things. And at the end of the day, I don't want to be working on these things forever. I want to share them, and I want them, to be out in the world. I realize that I need to like move forward with it. Yeah, I think this is another one where like in the original shot, I zoomed in a lot and I had to kind of get rid of her holding the star map here. I also like definitely cut up a lot of their conversation here. There were some unnecessary bits and stuff. I've watched it so many times, like in my movie form, that there's a lot of stuff I kind of forget, like was even in the show. So if there's anything specific that like I cut out that I don't mention in these videos, let me know in the comments and I'll explain why I cut it. But if I don't remember it, it's probably because I was like, it wasn't necessary. So in this part, I did cut out some things that I was not really a fan of. We can see in the original show.
Commander Sabine Wren. Sabine Wren.
Yeah, so this whole thing took a long time. Then he asks about security, and then he sighs and leaves. And then we see this part with Sabine on her speeder and everything. It's cool. It's a cool sequence, I'm not going to lie. It's just also, I don't know. It just didn't really do it for me, personally. So in my version, this is how the scene plays out.
Sabine Wren.
Where is she?
I don't know. She was just here.
Where did she go?
I don't know where she went.
So easy peasy. We figured out that Sabine somehow left, and she, that's really all we needed from that scene. We needed the information about Ezra being a commander, and that we've defeated the Empire and everything, and that Sabine, she's rogue, she's doing her own thing. So we could just cut right from that to her in here. And this was also kind of a late addition. Originally, I cut from here, like seeing her, seeing where she lives, and I cut right to her watching the message from Ezra. And I like it that way. I think it works well. I was talking to Erin again from my Discord, and I think the pacing was moving pretty quick, and she pointed out that maybe we need a little bit more time with Sabine, even if it's just some small moments. So I really wanted to save her face reveal. I don't know why. I just think it's like interesting to, save the face reveal for your character, like before you see it, for like a very specific moment. And I really wanted to save her face reveal here when she is looking at, this is the first time we see Sabine's full face here. And I just really liked her emotion here. I think it really tells the whole story of how she feels about this situation. So, in order to add some extra stuff just for like world building and stuff, I had to kind of, zoom in quite a bit here. You'll see, here's the original. You see her full face, which is fine. Again, I just personally, I wanted to save that reveal. So I cut, or I zoomed in anytime you really see her face. And I think that gives it this nice kind of like, like, oh, you're waiting to see her face reveal. It's something that you're like, wait, like, I want to see. I don't know why. Yeah, I just think it's a more interesting choice to save that face reveal. Also, I think somebody said something about like this was an abrupt cut, and that's kind of the point of this cut. Cuts like these, they're called either a J cut or an L cut. This is a J cut where like the audio starts before the next cut, so it's that helps you kind of like be able to skip time without it being a super abrupt cut. So that's what I did in these, where I'm kind of skipping time in these moments. And then we get this conversation. I wanted to cut out specifically the line about them, being like family. I think it's kind of more being hinted in the series that there's kind of a love connection between them. Kind of later on, we see that after they meet, Sabine has a hickey on her neck, and I don't know. It's just a theory, but I do like it. I think that it makes a lot of sense to kind of have them romantically involved. I will be honest here. I didn't watch all of Rebels. I watched like the first couple seasons. It was a little too kiddie for me. I also think that I had a bad taste in my mouth from like Disney buying Lucasfilm and then canceling Clone Wars, because I like really loved Clone Wars. So I was kind of like mad at Rebels because of that. So I never finished Rebels. I've seen tons of clips here and there and everything. I know I have to watch it at some point. So I'm not quite sure how their dynamic was in the show, but for this movie, to me, it felt like it was hinting that they were like romantically involved. So this line about them being like family, or she was a sister to him, I wanted to cut that out. And then we go straight to now Morgan has landed on Cetos. She's, gotten out of her prisoner garb and she's back with her crew. And in this shot, she walks up and she says, show me what you found. I basically cut that line because it was unnecessary. We were already going to see what they found. And plus, in this, you can see Balin, motions with his hand. Oh, yes, look this way. So in the original, though...
Show me what you found.
It's just like an awkward moment. She like looks at him and is like, show me what you found, and continues walking, doesn't he? Like, it just was unnecessary. So I cut that moment. Also, you can probably see the original is much like more washed out and dark, and it's got kind of this blue cast over it. So specifically for the Cetos scenes, I worked hard on the color grading here because it just was really off-putting to me. So you can see my differences here. But yeah, so she no longer says, show me what you found in my version. Just some VFX magic. Again, I cut out a good chunk of conversation in this moment. Just things that didn't need to be there. And then, because of that Huyang line that I put in, or that they knew of a map and that I had extra galactic calculations, all that stuff, the line that I added, then we can move into the Corellia sequence. I can't even really remember the exact sequence in the show, but I think it's like, yeah. So Sabine and Ahsoka have already met up in the show at this point, and then Sabine has the map. And then she's stabbed, and then, they go to Corellia to investigate the Lady Morgan stuff. But in my version, they were kind of already on their way to Corellia, and Hera, intervenes basically and is like, you gotta come this way. And then they talk about, Ezra and all that stuff. We saw that scene. So now, Hera and Sabine go to Corellia. I cut out some of this early stuff in the episode. I think, there's like a conversation with Min. I was just like, I'm going to be honest, I really do not remember what happens in this sequence. And I think that kind of shows that it's like, didn't need to be there. At some point, I decided it wasn't worth being in there. And I still don't remember what even happened. So then I just cut right into the conversation.
This was one of Morgan's facilities. She supplied raw materials used in the construction of hyperdrive generators for Imperial-class Star Destroyers.
So a lot of this, I believe I kept pretty similar until we get to kind of inside the facilities. In the movie, obviously we're not going to be cutting back and forth between the hospital, because in my movie, Sabine is never in the hospital. There's no stab wound or anything like that, which I was happy to avoid, because too many people in Star Wars are being stabbed with no consequences.
Profits generated from a single Star Destroyer are enough to fund a variety of New Republic reconstruction programs, among other things.
Other things like?
Well, our board and primary investors have first look at all unique hardware, its price point and distribution.
So that whole kind of section about the investors and stuff, it's like more, kind of unnecessary Star Wars politics. So in my version, we just go straight to the conversation about the SSD.
We are able to find a use for everything in many different sectors. Profits generated from a single Star Destroyer are enough to fund a variety of New Republic reconstruction programs, among other things.
Is that a hyperdrive core?
Yes. Refurbished from an SSD ready for its new life serving the Republic. This facility has produced 9 of these new models.
The New Republic defense fleet isn't building anything that big. What class of starship are they for?
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Classified.
I'm a general. Nothing's classified to me.
I'm sorry. I cannot unseal the document without authorization.
Well, then I'm authorizing it.
Yeah, so this, again, this is my movie, and I think that this kind of back and forth between Min and Hera is much better in this interaction. In the other one, there's just like a little too much of like the, I don't know. It just like, here, I'll show you from the show what it was.
I'm sorry. I cannot unseal the document without authorization.
Well, then I'm authorizing it.
Well, I'm not sure you can.
Wanna bet?
Yeah, so that part I cut out, though, like, I'm not sure you can. Well, you want to bet? That part, I just felt like I don't think we needed that part. And again, I was trying to cut things, I'm trying to make, 6 hours of content into 2.5 hours. So anywhere that I could cut, that's what I was doing. This is the show.
C1, can you come over here, please? Perhaps you can help with the protocol here?
What are the types of droids do you have in operation here?
Standard protocol types, as well as CCLs, IW-37s, HV-7s, and other load lifters. Why do you ask?
No HK class?
Assassin droid. I should think not.
Okay, so in the show, Ahsoka has had her run-in with the HK droids when she was finding the star map, but obviously that doesn't happen in my movie. I had thought about this before, that in my version she doesn't have a run-in with the HK class droid. I couldn't remember if she had already experienced the HK droids in Mandalorian Season 2 when she captures Morgan Elsbeth. I couldn't remember if those were kind of around. I think she did have, I'm pretty sure they were in that. But anyways, still for this movie, because we haven't been introduced to an HK class droid, I did have to, figure out a different way. So instead of Ahsoka asking about it, we have to have the droid talk about it. And this was something that also, like, I was okay with kind of flubbing and being like, oh, I'm sure she came in contact with an HK class droid at some point. And then I was showing it to Aaron from my Discord, and I wanted kind of an outside opinion on the whole thing. And this is one of those points where she was like, I don't think it quite makes sense. And I was like, I thought it was kind of just in my head, and honestly, I was avoiding more work. But then, I spent another kind of half day on like refiguring out this scene and what the droid could say, and performing for the droid, and then doing a like female voice overlay on top of my performance. So this is how it goes in my movie now, with the new droid and the new lines.
C1, can you come over here, please? Perhaps you can help with the protocol here?
Yes, I see. The document is classified from our Caladan account authorized by an HK-87.
Assassin droid. I should think not.
I am not mistaken. An HK-class droid recently prevented me from completing an inventory check on an outgoing transport.
Why didn't you log a report?
I did, sir. You told me not to bother you while you were conducting the tour of the facility.
Where is this droid now?
I believe it is departing on that transport.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that I did eventually end up changing this, because I do think that the flow of the scene is much better, and there's also more urgency to it. Also in the show, when Ahsoka asks the droid like how long ago this was and everything, she was like, oh, it's 5 rotations ago.
No, I'm sorry.
I have seen such a droid. I catalog inventory on arriving transports. An HK-class droid recently prevented me from completing this task.
When was this?
5 rotations ago.
Why didn't you log a report?
The droid carried a high-level security clearance. I could not object.
Where is this droid now?
I believe it is departing on that transport.
And in my version, I like the idea that like this is all happening like on top of each other. So while they were out doing the facility check with Min, The HK class droid was in contact with the protocol droid here, C1. It's happening right now.
Why didn't you log a report?
I did, sir. You told me not to bother you while you were conducting the tour of the facility.
Where is this droid now?
I believe it is departing on that transport.
I think that it works better, and especially for my movie, since, Ahsoka in the movie hasn't really seen any HK class droids, it just like sets that up. So next we get to the fight. During this fight scene, I did, and honestly during pretty much every fight scene in this movie, I did some speed ramps in particular places just to quicken the pace of the fights. I also did a lot for the color correction here. Here's the original. So it's just this very gray color scheme. And I brought back a lot of the saturation in her face especially, and some more contrast. So yeah. So I remember this sequence in particular I was very proud of in my version, because I feel like the pace is really great for this fight. They kind of like the battle here. It just like makes Ahsoka look really cool, and the fight is fast, but you still get kind of all the little moments. And then this is what it was in a show. But did you notice that there was some of those like very like, movie moments or TV moments where the character like looks at the camera or towards the camera for an extended period of time, and it's supposed to like get cool points for the character or something. But to me, it's like it like takes me out of the fight when we have those moments, especially when it's supposed to be quick. So you'll see like a moment like this. Having these two kind of go in and like, try to push into her. And then you have this moment kind of where she looks at the camera and then gets out of it. And then that kick, I feel like was so slow. Slow kick, slow like movement out of it. And then we have way too much time here. And then this moment too, she's just like staring at the camera or towards the camera, and then we move. And it's like all that stuff just like stops us in our tracks with the flow of the fight. So again, this is my version. So again, we didn't need those moments with Ahsoka. We didn't need, to just sit there in the middle of a fight and have like a little facial expression kind of thing. It's just like, I don't know, that for me really takes me out of a fight. And so I just really like, I like going through each of the fights and kind of like, removing those little tiny moments that, just elongate things unnecessarily. And then just like continue to focus on the flow and how things move along. I think that especially during a fight, you want the flow to like just keep going. And it's good to have little moments that kind of take you out of the flow. But the moments I think that they chose were just a little unrealistic, or, it definitely felt like, hey, we're doing that thing, you get to see your character say like, hey, look at me, look what I'm doing. And I just felt like it was unnecessary here. Also, I'm pretty sure, I can't really remember, but I'm pretty sure I cut a good amount of like the bickering between Chopper and Hera. Like, I think it's fun, and I left as much as, was necessary to get the point across of what's going on in the scene. But like too much bickering during stuff like this sometimes can get like annoying, and also just like doesn't move the story forward. So that's that. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, this is another one of those shots I'm pretty sure that I like. Yeah. Just brighten up the image and give her more saturation in her face and just more contrast overall in the shot. I feel like really makes it pop. Yeah, like you can really see it here in this shot.
So what did you find?
Yeah, so now in my movie, she gets on her ship and now she's talking to Hu Yang. And also, I am very much aware that me rearranging this scene does make it a tad confusing because it looks like she came in alone. Hu Yang isn't there originally when they fly into Corellia. I can easily explain that like Hu Yang is doing his lightsaber analysis in the back. He's not like co-piloting with her. She's just doing it while he's doing stuff in the back. But obviously I can't explain away why she wouldn't call for Hu Yang, while she's having this battle. She tells Hera to go get the ghost. They could have told Hu Yang to also help with the pursuit. I get that. That's just one of those things that like I really can't do much about, but unfortunately the like flow works so much better story-wise for it to be this way. So like, yes, technically that is a mistake. I could argue a few things that like, that Ahsoka is so in the moment that she kind of forgets that Hu Yang is available or whatever. I could argue that, but really it's just that like for the story to flow better, there are going to be a couple things, especially since it's a fan edit. There are going to be a couple things that like I can't really change. And this was one of those moments. I think if you're like really, really like thinking about it, you could be like, oh wait a second, he was there the whole time? Like, that's kind of strange. But also, I feel like the way the sequence of events works out, you're not really thinking about that. It's not like a huge, like, wait a second, like, that ruined my whole experience. So for me, it's like, that was a necessary mistake or a necessary thing that I could live with. And I would be okay with people pointing out because I'm like, yeah, it's true. Yeah, Hu Yang should have been in the fight a little bit since he was available. But, I think this works. He was busy doing his lightsaber analysis. I think it's fine. Yeah, so in the show, they have just met up, Ahsoka and Sabine, and she tells her about the star map and everything and that they need to open it. And then Hu Yang comes out and is like, hey, I have an update. Sabine is like, oh, can I take this? Yeah. They're already, like, Sabine is essentially in the other room when this scene happens. And then so when Hu Yang says,
they will be formidable adversaries for you alone. Of course, you may not be alone for much longer.
Maybe.
So in the show, obviously Hu Yang is referencing that we just got to Lothal and we have Sabine with us, and so she might stick around. That's what Hu Yang is referencing. Though in the movie, they haven't met up with Sabine yet. So with that line, it's now kind of taken a new meaning. Where is Ahsoka still even thinking about like going out to reach out to Sabine? And ultimately, she does decide to do that. So I think it's fun. It's fun that like rearranging that scene kind of gave it a new meaning now. So I've now kind of changed this scene. In the original, Sabine is kind of taking, I think, like more of an afternoon nap. You can see here that the window is giving off kind of a warmer light. Actually, everything in the scene is a lot warmer. So I changed the temperature and changed that. So it looks more bluish. So this, to me, is kind of more the middle of the night.
Ezra.
Sabine.
So, as I was editing this, I decided that I would repurpose this kind of holographic thing in Sabine's room as a message device. So in the show, this beeps and it's really Ahsoka arriving on Lothal. But I repurposed it so now this is beeping to kind of signify that a message has been received. So in the show, she is trying to figure out the star map with this. And I replaced it so that now it's a message from Ahsoka.
I hope this message finds you well. I know my training wasn't easy. There's nothing easy about being a Jedi.
And again, this kind of speech from Ahsoka is kind of like 50-50 lines from the show and then me performing Ahsoka's lines and then doing a voice cloner overlay on top of that. Ahsoka was probably one of the easiest to mimic in terms of like the cadence that she talks in and everything. But it was still fun to try to kind of imitate the way she says things.
We didn't quite finish your lessons, but I could really use your help, Sabine. I think I know how to find Ezra.
So I knew that this was a powerful moment that I wanted to emphasize. In the original show, she comes to Sabine and she tells her that in person. And I really like that moment. Obviously I wish that could have been in person, but obviously for this fan edit, it didn't really make sense.
I think I know how to find Ezra.
So I basically took like her head from this shot and then flipped it, grabbed a shot from later in the World Between Worlds for her body and pasted her head on top of the World Between Worlds body and, cut her out of the frame and everything. So now we get this.
I think I know how to find Ezra, but I must warn you, this isn't just a rescue mission.
And then her lips don't really line up perfectly here because, again, this is another scene from World Between Worlds that I just kind of cut out and put here, and her lips line up enough with the lines that I was like, sure. And plus, it's a hologram message, so it's not going to be perfect. Sometimes there's audio sync slippage issues anyways, so I wasn't too worried about that.
May the Force be with you.
Obviously, this is what the original scene was. She's just looking down at the map as she's kind of figured out how to open it. But I added in Ahsoka. Again, this is another shot from World Between Worlds. I found that was really great to use from because there were multiple angles of her, and it was perfect for what I needed. And then this is an edit that a few people have commented on and have, said it was too abrupt. I think I get it. I think that the music is supposed to be the thing that makes it less abrupt. But again, just with the way that the story was moving and flowing forward, I didn't feel like it was too abrupt of a edit. But, that is one of the criticisms I've been getting, and sure, I definitely can see where it's coming from. I still think that the cut works, but I think everybody has their own taste on this kind of stuff.
Think I'm going on a trip.
It is like, I get it. It's a totally different tone, and so I think that's probably why the cut feels more abrupt. I'm sure I could have, added in another scene in here or something to kind of like, make that not so abrupt. I really liked the kind of crescendo that the music has. And kind of showing her new state of mind now that she's getting ready to take on this mission. So that's my opinion on that. I definitely understand the criticism though. So this, I didn't actually change any of this really, just up until we get to when they meet each other. And the way that they interact in the show honestly wasn't horrible.
Nice haircut.
It's more me.
I think that that works for the show because, well, first of all, I don't love this.
Nice haircut.
I think her face is a little like annoyed at Sabine for some reason. So performance-wise, I don't love this as kind of their first interaction in the whole movie.
I have just received it.
So I like this because, first of all, the first time we see Ahsoka's face, she's smiling at Sabine. So I think that already gives it a nice feeling of approval, you know. And then they're interrupted by Huyang. So I know it's a short moment, but I think that it really feels nice. And then we get into them building the Eye of Sion. Yeah, I really I wanted to punch up the colors here. And now we get into kind of this new training session that I created for the movie. So in the show, there's like these great moments between Huyang and Sabine when they're in the hospital. And it was obviously something that I had to cut because Sabine's never in the hospital, but some of that dialogue I really did like between the two of them.
I see you still have your lightsaber.
Ezra's lightsaber.
True, he constructed it, and by all accounts it served him well. Then he passed it on to you. You have since made your own modifications, so it is now your lightsaber.
For all the good it did me. I can't train if Ahsoka doesn't want to teach me.
That is an excuse.
Yeah, so this whole like kind of back and forth about the relationship between Sabine and Ahsoka, I really cut back on. I think it's already enough that kind of this maybe abandonment issue where, you know, we don't know the specifics of it, but for some reason they never finished the training, whether that was Ahsoka being busy or canceling it or not trusting in Sabine or something. That's not really in my movie, and it's not super in the show either. We needed to talk about the lightsaber because at this point, if I cut out this kind of section where they're talking about the lightsaber, as an audience member, you don't really have context for her lightsaber and what it means to her. So luckily with Huyang being a robot, I was able to, you know, take some of his lines from this scene and move it to a different scene, since we don't have any issues with his lips moving or anything. And then I also added some lines for Sabine where I've like cut away or she says the lines and we're not looking at her so that, you know, we don't see it, but they are lines from this section of the show. And in the movie, I changed her katana, so you can see here. I changed the katana to a lightsaber here, just in this first section where she's training. You're probably wondering how I did this. I basically took a 3D model of, I created a 3D model of Ezra's lightsaber, brought it into Blender. I had to do like, you know, a 3D track of all this environment to, especially for the movement of the camera coming in. And then in order to get this glare from the lightsaber on the floor, it's just a material that I used in Blender that gave a nice reflection like these from Huyang. You can see these are reflected in the bottom here. So I wanted to put that in there as well, just to really sell the shot. So you can see. Yeah, so like these, man, it took me so long because I kind of like frame by frame had to like move the lightsaber here in 3D space so that it would kind of float and then I could later composite it into her hands here. This whole sequence took me a long time. I think it was like a week or two to finish all this stuff. Like this one was particularly difficult because you can see here, you know, I had to add this glow off of her arm, you know, because that's how, you know, and on her hair too, and here, because that's how light would kind of illuminate those areas. So in the original, I also zoomed in too, but in the original you can see here, you know, there's no light spill on her arm or anything. And I also had to like remove all the background too in those areas because the katana blade is thicker than a lightsaber blade. But here's the original shot.
Well?
Change it to this.
Well?
Not bad, but not good.
It's been a while.
And like, you know, shots like this were hard too because
It's been a while.
I had to completely replace the katana blade, or you know, with Ezra's lightsaber here. So you can see there it is. Yeah, so that was quite difficult.
It's been a while.
I see you still have your lightsaber.
So that line is a line that I, again, performed as Ahsoka and then overlaid the AI voice cloner on top. But in the actual show, she says, "I see you still remember the basics," or something like that. And it was very lucky that the line that I, you know, replaced it with, "I see you still have your lightsaber," works pretty well with her mouth movements. Plus, we're kind of focused on Huyang at this point, and Ahsoka's line just kind of happens off to the side, so we're not fully looking at her, but even if you do look at her, it's not too noticeable.
It's been a while.
I see you still have your lightsaber.
Ezra's lightsaber.
Yeah, so that Ezra's lightsaber line is from the hospital scene.
True, he constructed it, and then he passed it on to you. So it is now your lightsaber. The past is the past. Move forward.
Thank you, Huyang.
Yes. Thank you, Huyang.
In this section in the show, this is how it goes down.
I see you still remember the basics. Enough to get by?
Barely.
Huyang, let's try something else. How about Zatoichi?
Oh no. I'm not certain Lady Ren is ready for that technique.
Thank you, Huyang.
Yes. Thank you, Huyang.
Your skill with a weapon comes from your mentor.
So that line from Huyang, I actually moved to later in the scene. So this, I think, gives context for how Sabine feels about the lightsaber and why she still has it, and then also kind of this like little annoying banter that Huyang and Sabine have, which I kept in because later on I also added in another line from the hospital scene where she says, "I forgot how annoying you are."
Your skill with a weapon comes from your Mandalorian upbringing.
So this is another one of those shots that was very difficult to do because, as you can see here, I had to replace that katana again.
It's from your Mandalorian upbringing.
That's something you'll have to discover. How about Zatoichi?
Oh no. I'm not certain Lady Ren is ready for that technique.
Yep, so that's where I put that Zatoichi line. Also, you'll see I took the very first frame of the shot and then I replaced obviously the katana, but I also like used the puppet pin tool in After Effects to kind of like move her chest up and down so that it looks like she's like heavily breathing during this or after this training session. And I didn't want her to say this next line because it didn't really fit with the flow of the conversation.
How about Zatoichi?
Here's what it was in the show.
That's something you'll have to discover.
Well, I discovered that according to Huyang, I'm the worst candidate to be a Jedi out of every Jedi he's ever known.
You told her that?
It's true.
It doesn't matter.
I think it does.
Agree.
Here, put this on.
I do like kind of the energy of that bickering, but the actual lines I changed, and I think that it works better this way.
How about Zatoichi?
Oh no. I'm not certain Lady Ren is ready for that technique.
I forgot how annoying you are.
I only spoke the truth.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order would not have accepted her. She is not an acceptable candidate. You realize, historically, there have been very few Mandalorians who ever became a Jedi.
I want you to see with more than just your eyes.
I do like how they just kind of ignore Hu Yang. Again, that's the product of the fact that I, put lines in there that weren't there before. But I felt like it was a good use of kind of the empty space here. And I took those lines from Hu Yang. Yeah, here, let me try to find it in the show. Yeah, so it happens after this scene with Sabine, which I also cut out, but...
Well, what you said didn't help.
I only spoke the truth. The Jedi Order would not have accepted her. She is not an acceptable candidate.
By their standards.
Standards which were proven over a millennia.
And failed.
You realize, historically, there have been very few Mandalorians who ever became a Jedi.
I like this conversation. It just didn't work for the movie, but I did want to repurpose some of those Hu Yang lines for this scene.
I forgot how annoying you are.
I only spoke the truth.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order would not have accepted her. She is not an acceptable candidate. You realize, historically, there have been very few Mandalorians who ever became a Jedi.
I want you to...
This part was also, it took me a really long time to figure out how to edit this part together, because what needs to happen is Ahsoka, because now they're gonna work on Zatoichi, and they're going to switch from Sabine practicing with her lightsaber to now they're both going to be using katanas. I need to basically find some way that I can have Ahsoka take the lightsaber away from Sabine and then go across to get a katana and then hand a katana to Sabine and then continue the scene from there. So I found a moment where, again, here's another one that was really difficult of replacing the katana here, especially because it went over her leg here. So I had to kind of create a frame in Photoshop that didn't have this over the top of it and replaced her leg there. So then this is the original.
I forgot how...
And then this is with my lightsaber change. And I think what really sells this is not only trying to make sure that the lighting matched the rest of the room, especially because this is a reflective surface, the lightsaber. So there's some lights up at the top that I found from the wide shot that I tried to replicate. So that's pointing down. But I also created kind of like a body double of Sabine in 3D. It was super, nothing exact, very, very rudimentary. But I had it be the same, blue color here and everything too, so that when the lightsaber goes behind Sabine, the lighting changes as it would if she was actually holding that lightsaber. And I'm a professional visual effects artist, so these are things that I do for work every day.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order would...
So this is one that I'm also really proud of because this was the original where she's grabbing the katana.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order would not...
And then this is with my lightsaber change.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order...
So yeah, again, I did kind of the same thing where I had some rudimentary hands and arms and stuff and Ahsoka's body and Sabine's body in the actual blender scene so that you get kind of the accurate reflections here.
Put this on.
The Jedi...
On the lightsaber. But this was perfect because she takes the katana from Sabine in this scenario, but it's really just so that she can put on her helmet. So in the show...
It doesn't matter.
I think it does.
Agree.
Here, put this on.
You're joking. I can't see. How am I supposed to fight?
I want you to see with more than just your eyes.
Yeah, so she gives her the katana back. So she grabbed the katana from her, so she put on her helmet, then she gives it back, and then she walks over to
now what?
Get her own katana so that they can start their lesson. But in my movie version, I basically, moved that to an earlier part so that she grabs the lightsaber.
Put this on.
The Jedi Order would not have accepted her. She is not an acceptable candidate. You
And then she goes over and gets the katana for Sabine.
realize, historically, there have been very few Mandalorians who ever became a Jedi.
I want you to see with more than just your eyes.
And then we just go full into a training kind of montage sequence. Whereas before, we just kind of go into it in the show.
Be still. Listen to my voice. Do you know where I am?
Next to Hu Yang.
Are you sure?
And so, again, I think this just like was really slow and I just needed the pacing to pick up. So I moved some of that like dialogue into the edit of the montage so that we kind of just get right back into it. Some people have interpreted it as like Sabine and Ahsoka talking to each other like through the Force. Originally, that's not how I interpreted it. I was just kind of editing it like any other kind of training montage where you kind of like hear the master and the apprentice kind of talking about things as it's going. And it, you know, the idea is that you're hearing the dialogue from a different part of the scene or just like putting it on top of this to, you know, keep things moving and make it relevant to what we're seeing. So I didn't intend for it to be like, oh, they're having a Force connection. I think that it's totally fine if you interpret it that way. I think that there is something to be said about that interpretation. I think that it, you know, helps show that maybe Sabine is more Force sensitive than not. And so I think that totally works. It wasn't my intention. I think either way of looking at the scene is fine, whether they're talking about what's happening through the Force or it's just, you know, dialogue from a different portion on top of this. To me, it makes no difference. I think that's, you know, really up to the viewer's interpretation and how that changes the story for you. And, you know, whichever one resonates with you more, I think is the correct interpretation of this exact scene.
Feel my presence.
I can't use the Force. Not like you do. Not like Ezra.
Force resides in all living things, even you. But training and focus are what truly defines someone's success. Be still. Take in all that is around you. Follow my voice. Sense my intention. Anger and frustration are quick to give power, but they also unbalance you. Let's go again.
So this was actually, funny enough, a visual effects shot. So in the original show, Sabine is putting up her helmet here in this shot.
Frustration are quick to give.
And then in this shot, that she says this line.
Frustration are quick to give power.
Sabine is just looking at her. So I kind of had to combine those two shots because I was cutting from this moment where her hand is up on her helmet. So I had to combine those two shots to give you
anger and frustration are quick to give power.
So it's her speaking the lines from this original shot.
Frustration are quick to give power.
And then Sabine's hand from this one.
Frustration are quick to give.
And combined.
Frustration are quick to give power.
Yeah.
But they also unbalance.
So I did a ton of little stuff like that, and I will definitely show you every single time I do something like that. Those are the kinds of things that I like really look at, making sure that the edit flows as nicely as possible. And now we get into the scene with Hera talking about Grand Admiral Thrawn and you know, Senator Xiono being kind of a butthead to her. Yeah, so this section I definitely changed, and I'll show you in the original show how it goes.
Chancellor Mothma, senators.
Hera, you look well. How's young Jason?
Fine, Chancellor. In fact, he's on board. Somewhere.
Causing trouble with Chopper, no doubt.
Most likely.
Forgive me, Madam Chancellor, but if we could just hear the General's report. We're late as it is.
Quite right, Senator Ziono. Hera?
My investigation into the attack on the Vesper led me to the...
Yeah, so this is how it flows in mine, where I cut out some of those unnecessary bits.
Somewhere.
Forgive me, Madam Chancellor. We're late as it is.
Quite right, Senator Ziono.
My investigation...
Right, so we just go right into it. We don't need those extra lines. The few lines that we did get are exactly what we needed to hear to move on to the next part of the scene. I could talk about this for a long time about like all the little things that I changed in this conversation, but I want to move on to kind of some of the bigger stuff. But basically I just tried to improve the flow of the conversation and only keep the necessary stuff. As you can probably tell, that's a recurring theme in the work that I do.
Is it true Aunt Sabine is gonna be a Jedi?
Now, where did you hear that?
Chopper told me. I want to be a Jedi.
Yeah, I know you do, Jason.
Yeah, so that I added a track from Rebels. It's from Kevin Kiner, and it's called Goodbye Kanan. I thought that was just like a nice kind of, musical motif to incorporate into this, with Jason there and his father's kind of goodbye theme playing, which I think also speaks to kind of Hera's hesitation to let Jason become a Jedi as well, because she has the trauma with losing his father. So I just thought that was a nice little way to tie those together.
Jason.
And then we go straight into Hera not joining them with the fleet. And then we just get right into kind of the next action piece. But in the show, I'd cut out this whole section with the cup. And so now we get into the Denab system and Cetos. And I definitely cut up some of the moments here. Basically, what I did was kind of just cut out things that made the relationship between Ahsoka and Sabine a little bit more tension. I wanted to kind of take some of that out because, again, I wasn't trying to put too much focus on like this kind of failed relationship between Ahsoka and Sabine. There's not a lot of that in this movie. I honestly think that it's enough that like they are estranged enough from their situation, and I felt it a little bit annoying. And I also, again, like I said, I haven't watched the full Rebels, though I have heard from other people that Ahsoka and Sabine didn't really even have that kind of a relationship in the show. So it was just kind of like a weird choice, I think. For the movie, we didn't really have that kind of time to devote to that strained relationship. I wanted them to have some struggles, but I didn't want it to be like they were annoyed at each other or there was a lot of animosity, which I felt like was very present in these interactions. This part I did change. I sped up a few parts in the space moments, and I cut out a few things that I had a problem with, like...
She's on the way.
I see her.
The one time I could use your advice.
I feel like it's pretty wild in the show that she's like deflecting these kinds of blaster hits. I just, I don't know. These are like really intense blaster fire. Like the blaster fire from ships are way stronger, at least to me. I don't know. I'm not like huge into like the exact lore, but I would assume that ship fire is way more powerful than blaster fire from like a droid or a small gun or something like that. So for her to like just kind of, deflect them easily and not have it just kind of like hit the lightsaber out of her hands from that kind of force, To me, it was a little unrealistic. Again, we're talking about like battles in space here. So like what really is realistic? There's sound here in space when there's not in actual space. So whatever, maybe very nitpicky, but I did remove her. I basically just kind of have her dodge those blaster fires from the ships. And then just go straight into, jumping and cutting one of the ships in half. Or not in half, cutting the wing off of the ship. Also, I cut out Marok's line of like saying she's on the wing to like Shin clearly can just like see her while she's flying. So just we didn't need that line.
I see her.
Yep. And so I kind of like skipped this whole area where we think maybe Ahsoka is like lost to space for good or something. So in the show it goes like this.
Ahsoka! Sabine! Did you fix the ship yet? I got it! I got it!
Great. Now get me.
Get ready!
Yeah, so again, that whole kind of section I feel like just slows the action sequence a little too much. So I just go straight into her being saved and we don't have to like make a big thing about it.
I got it! I got it!
Then we get into kind of the chase and getting into the atmosphere of Cetos, and then they see the star whales. And I didn't really change too much of this sequence. Same theme as before. I would just kind of cut things that didn't move the flow or interrupted the flow. Yeah, like a line like this, where in the movie it's this.
And complete. Oh, what did I miss?
In the show, it went like this.
And complete. Oh, took my battery back up a while to cycle, I suppose. What did I miss?
I mean, as the audience member, we don't need it spelled out. We figure he's a robot, stuff like this happens with electrical surges, whatever, you know. I don't think anybody was too pressed about that line, you know. I think you'll see the work that I did here in the color correction. I made it a lot warmer. I feel like you can see a lot more. I think I took a lot of the blue in this and desaturated it and kind of wanted the reds to pop more. Huge difference there. So I'm pretty sure I cut out, a whole section that was a little unnecessary here. Yeah, so I see in the show now we're on to episode 4 and there's this whole section where they're kind of repairing stuff and she's like, oh, where's Ahsoka? And she's like, oh, it's out there, but it didn't add anything to the story, so just went straight to it. Yeah, like you can see my color correction difference there. I just preferred more of this like warmer tone, which I think really brings out the reds, really lets you see more of the detail in the image. Yeah, so in the show, their conversation
Face a difficult choice. Which is?
Yeah, so like this line from Sabine, which is, I think again, it just kind of like adds to the animosity of the characters where they're like withholding information, but also it's just like unnecessary. Her facial expression already says that line.
I fear we face a difficult choice. If we can't make the journey to find Ezra.
So now it's just like, it's almost like Ahsoka's kind of speaking her thoughts out loud, and Sabine is just kind of there listening to it instead of like Ahsoka sitting there like withholding information until Sabine asks about it. You know, I think it's just like if I was editing the script, I would have like taken that line out in the script because I would have been like, let's just have Ahsoka keep talking. You know, we can have some close up of Sabine. That line is totally unnecessary and adds nothing to it. So there were a lot of moments in the movie where I just like took lines like that out because it's like it interrupts the flow and it just doesn't. It's completely unnecessary.
I fear we face a difficult choice. If we can't make the journey to find Ezra, then no one should.
Let's find that ground base.
Yeah, so I think that's like a great flow of events, and her performance there was really nice. And in the show,
then no one should.
It won't come to that.
It might have already.
He'd be stranded out there. Maybe this time for good.
Better that than allowing Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire.
I like it better that kind of Ahsoka as a master gives her a little bit of the information, but isn't like trying to shove it down her throat, like what this all means and why, you know. And I think it also makes more sense than why later on, after she thinks that Ahsoka is dead, she's willing to do the wrong thing, which is to give the map to the bad guys. Then Huyang comes down the stairs and asks if everything's all right. Ahsoka's kind of sensing that there's something going on. And then in the original episode, we cut from this to, I believe, just another scene. Yeah. So in this, he goes from, you know, fixing the ship. Yeah, we see the HK droid just watching and sitting and then walks away. And then we have this scene. A lot of it is just kind of like an update. The bad guys are like, okay, we found them. What do you want to do next? Kind of thing. And it's just like when the bad guys find the good guys, they move in. We don't need to see exactly what the bad guys are thinking. We can pretty much guess what they're thinking, which is we have to stop the good guys from trying to stop us. So I just cut straight to, well, obviously they were found out and we're into the next thing. And then we have this whole sequence of them fighting, which I really didn't change much of. I don't really think I touched any of this. Yeah, so this was definitely another moment that I changed.
Stay together. You always did better that way, in my opinion.
So that's my movie. This is what happened in the show.
Stay together. You always did better that way, in my opinion.
We better get moving.
Together.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so again, it was just one of those things that disrupted the energy of the scene. And I just like them looking around, being pleased, and moving on. In the movie, this is the very first time that Sabine is interacting with one of the bad guys. I think this fits a little better this way. I know that a lot of, there were people that really liked the fight that Shin and Sabine had in the beginning. It was fine, but also with Sabine being super rusty, especially, in the show, we learn in like the hospital sequence that like she was barely keeping up with her training or anything with that like that. It's just like kind of unbelievable that she was able to take on Shin. And I know that, people are saying, oh, Shin could have just been playing with her, just stuff like that. And for the most part, I do believe that Shin's character would be playing around. Realistically, Shin being a Force user and Sabine, not being very Force sensitive at this point in the show or the movie, I think Shin would have destroyed her either way. I think that Sabine is a powerful Mandalorian. She doesn't have a jetpack, which could definitely help the situation. And we saw, obviously, with Jango Fett and Mace Windu that it is, even with a jetpack, going up against a Jedi as just being a Mandalorian is not the best thing. That unbelievable thing aside, let's just pretend that maybe Shin is not powerful enough, or Sabine is just really, really powerful with her skills with a lightsaber, even though she's not super force sensitive yet. I do like this moment being the first time that they meet up. I think it just like the energy is better, and also having removed, it's not like there was any interaction in this moment that, made it seem like they had interacted before, like Shin never like questions how she's alive. She obviously ran the lightsaber through her. So she, Shin probably would have been like, whoa, 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 it's you? But obviously none of that happens in their interaction. So this really totally can serve as the very first time they interact and meet. I did change a few things, again, just to make sure that the flow was going in the right direction. So here's how it goes in my movie.
Going somewhere?
And this is what it was like in the show.
Going somewhere?
So I know that Dave Filoni was going for this kind of like samurai buildup, and I think that works for a show form and, kind of bringing a new style into Star Wars. To me, especially in this movie where I'm trying to just make sure that the energy is always going forward, this moment was just so long. So I just wanted to speed it up. Plus that little hop that Shin does, I just was like, it felt so silly, so we don't even need it. And then we get into this scene talking about the calculations, and if they're just a little off, then we go into the void, establishing that they're starting up. I believe this was a rearranged scene because I think in the show this happens before the fight starts, but I felt that this was better here. They're so close. They're so close to stopping them at the perfect time, but we have all of these fights that we have to get through in order to get to where we need to go. Also, this is another moment where like the action, I switched up a little bit and truncated some of the reaction time so that it felt faster. So this is what happens in my movie. So like Sabine barely has time on the floor before Shin comes in to cut her up. In the show, Shin takes a long time before she goes to kill Sabine, who now is like winded and on the ground. So easy prey. So we can just cut out that reaction time and make it happen a lot faster. Makes more sense to me. And then now Ahsoka slices Marok.
Go! Get the map!
And then in the show, I think it's just like slower.
Go! Get the map! Got this.
Again, that's just kind of a moment we don't really need with the urgency too, and her like already telling Ahsoka, go get the map. I think it implies already she's got this, and Ahsoka has to make a really quick decision to just move forward. I cut like a line from Shin here.
You will regret this decision.
Again, it was just one of those things that was, just took up more time than needed, and her facial expression already says that line. It's powerful enough. We don't need the bad guys to spell out their plans or whatever. Like, we know that Sabine made a big choice to stay here and fight Shin. We know that that's a, potentially deadly choice. We don't need Shin to say it outright. It just kind of almost takes away from the performance and from the energy of the moment. So Yeah, easy peasy, you know, takes up way less time and I think is more powerful. So this is another conversation where I definitely cut things out and rearrange things just to keep things moving.
Surely that must leave a mark. Is that why you walked away? Abandoned him?
I'm not here to discuss my past.
The only reason I'm here is to secure the future.
And you find starting another war necessary?
I'm not starting a war.
Yeah, so in the show, this is kind of how this goes.
Surely that must leave a mark. Is that why you walked away? Abandoned him?
So there's all this empty space right here.
I'm not here to discuss my past.
This conversation just kind of dragged on in a lot of parts, so.
It is an unfortunate evil, but speaks to a greater truth. One must destroy in order to create.
So I like this shot of Balin taking his lightsaber off of his belt here. But in the show, it's just like he's just not saying anything, or he's saying something different here.
How inevitable.
So I took his body from that and his head from the line where he actually says this line and pasted it on top to create this.
One must destroy in order to create.
And I had the fight just kind of start quick, which in the show does not happen like that. Again, we just have this long process of getting into a fight. I totally understand that it was a deliberate choice, especially like trying to channel samurai films. It just, for a movie version where we gotta like keep things moving, doesn't work. And it's kind of exhausting now that I'm watching it again like this. Like, I think this has been going on for like a minute already. So we have this little sequence, and then she walks back over to the same spot she was just in, and then now we kind of are back to the beginning here. So what did we do? I don't know. Then we just move right into the actual fight. So again, this is what happens in my movie.
One must destroy in order to create.
So we get right into things. So yeah, this is a moment that I changed to. I got some suggestions from my Discord server while I was editing that it would be nice to see Shin possess a little bit more of the dark side powers. And I like that idea. And what I also did too was I made sure that I didn't add any more darkness in Balin's character, because I think that, especially since he was raised as a Jedi, I think he is definitely closer to the light side. But I think Shin has her own relationship with the dark and light, and being trained by somebody that already is skeptical of, you know, the Jedi and what they stood for and everything. I think she has a little bit of a darker edge to her. So in these key moments, it was great for her to have like kind of these Sith eyes. She's channeling the dark side more, you know? So great suggestion from my Discord server, and I ultimately agreed with it, and that's why I put it in the movie here.
You have no power.
This is the eyes that I put on her, and this is what it was before. It is a little hard to tell because of obviously the color correction that I've done, but you can see her eyes pop there a little bit. So this was before.
You have no power.
And then this is with the eyes.
You have no power.
And it was really quick, but I also did add it to this frame right before she blocks. And to me, that like kind of wakes her up almost. So it brings her out of that, you know, Sith energy moment. So that's when we go back to it. She no longer has Sith eyes. You know, she's like surprised. And then Ahsoka sees Shin here. And I definitely edited the flow a little bit on this scene. In the show, this is how it goes.
Get them back!
Sweet.
Yeah, so I just kind of quickened some of that up. Only really gave the necessary reactions for us to understand what's going on and keep moving, you know?
Get them back!
Here's a moment that I really like that I did from the movie.
I give you my word. No harm will come to you. Sabine, you will be reunited with your friend.
So I like this kind of urgency where like Balin already is asking for the map while he's talking, and I believe in the show it happens a little differently.
Sabine, you will be reunited with your friend. It's the only way. Do it for Ezra.
Yeah, so I personally like the way it plays out in the movie better. I just think that urgency is put up a notch, as well as I think his tactic for getting Sabine to do what he wants. I don't like when he says it's the only way. And I know that that's very like Sith-like and very manipulative. But I just feel like because he has a background also as being a Jedi, I think his manipulation tactic is different, especially since he's just looked into Sabine's mind. He would understand what would be best for Sabine. And I don't think threatening her with it's the only way really does it. I think what does it for her is, you know, do it for Ezra. So that's why I rearranged it a little bit and cut out a few of his lines in this part.
Come with me. Willing.
So he's giving more of a friend approach
I
to
give you
it.
my word. No harm will come to you.
And he's already reaching out.
Sabine, you will be reunited with your friend.
Yeah. So he's like trying to kind of do the friend approach. Like, hey, let me take that off your hands. I'll get you to go where you need to go. You know, there's no like, I think this makes more sense to why Sabine would give it up too. Because it really, in her head, it's feeling more like, I can trust this guy. I can trust this guy and he's not going to do me harm. Cutting out some of the things that I did really establishes that feeling for Sabine. That like, yes, he's being a little pushy, but everything he's saying is in a way that like resonates with me and feels almost safe. Obviously, she still struggles with it, and I wanted to make sure that came across. But I think that this version of the events feels more powerful to me.
Do it for Ezra.
Yeah, and I think that's what does it for her. I also added this undertone dramatic note to it. I think the silence in the show is also fine. I really liked having this long silence and then like a noise to symbolize like that kind of the weight of the situation. So I really like that. In the show, it doesn't have that. It just... So it has like not quite the oomph that I was going for. I do like it as a different interpretation of the moment too. You know, I think that there's a power in like some of the craziest decisions ever made in history with so much silence behind it. I think that there's something very powerful there. I just also was going for something different where we want the audience to feel the weight of it. Having a deep note with it to accompany that decision felt more in line with what I was trying to do with this scene. And it is kind of hard to tell, but I also added Sith eyes for Shin. So I know it's hard to tell because of the color correction that I did, but her eyes do not have the Sith yellow there, obviously. And also here too. And as soon as she lets go of Sabine, I have the eyes transition back into her regular eyes. Also, what's really nice is that like in feature films, the halfway point is a moment where usually like something changes dramatically in the story. This is like almost exactly halfway through the movie is when Sabine hands over the map. It's about an hour in, and the movie is 2 hours and a half, so it's pretty close to that middle point. If we go to the exact middle point, that would be 1 hour and 15 minutes in, which would be this conversation with Anakin before the World Between Worlds section that I re-edited. So that's also a good turning point too. But I feel like this is probably the real turning point, which is a little bit before the halfway point of the movie. Then there's this scene in the show where Hera is disobeying orders and she's gonna go anyways to help Sabine and Ahsoka, and she's bringing her son and stuff. And this just, if I had included this, it would have interrupted kind of the action sequences that had already started. We didn't need to know exactly the circumstance in which they got there and everything. We don't need that. We just need to know that they've gotten in. So I think it works fine that, like,
Can you send assistance? Over.
Copy, Hu Yang. We're already here.
they're already here. Boom. And then we move into, just getting the Eye of Sion into orbit and, getting out of here. Also, this is something that I changed where it took significantly less time for the star map to break in half. I felt like in the show, a lightsaber is very strong, I would say. Having it take so long for the lightsaber to like actually pierce the star map in half. Like, it's very dramatic, but it just was like, it felt very unrealistic to me, him like stabbing the lightsaber through this tiny little sphere of metal, that it would just take so long. So obviously, boom.
No one will be following us.
And then we get into them coming up here and getting ready to make the jump. And I shortened this a lot, I believe. And then the fleet comes up.
That's a tremendous surge in power.
They're gonna jump.
And I really liked this moment. I took, well, let's see how it goes in the show.
6 incoming New Republic craft. They are obstructing our path.
Hera.
Yeah, so I took that Hera and I put it in a more dramatic point, I think. I liked kind of the chaos of like everything's happening at once, and Hera was the very last thing, and to really give that emphasis on like Sabine making that final realization that her friend was there coming to save her.
Hera.
Yeah, again, all this just takes so long.
Ignore them.
There's like no urgency to the
Engage
situation.
The hyperdrive.
Carson, are you reading this?
That's a tremendous surge in power.
It's the hyperdrive. They're gonna jump.
So I liked this new sequence of events where I also cut out a few moments just to quicken things up and not spell it out so much to the audience.
That's a tremendous surge in power.
They're gonna jump.
I took this shot and gave it a nice like pinkish purplish hue and upped the exposure so it looks like, the room is filling up with light. I just did some color correction here. Yeah. Then we move into, Jason saying, "I have a bad feeling." Classic Star Wars line. Hu Yang looking for Ahsoka and Sabine. We have the moment here now going into the World Between Worlds. Very exciting. I remember I actually got to watch this in theaters because when episode 5 came out, I think Fandango or something was doing like a fan event, so you could actually like sign up to watch this episode in theaters, and my fiance and I almost didn't make it in. Well, I think we were like the last ones to get let in. They only had space like all the way up in the front, so I was seeing things like way up close, but it was still a great experience. So in my movie, we have basically this is all very similar, other than I added Anakin's theme from Phantom Menace into this section when we first see Anakin. I just felt like there was more emotion, especially with, here, I'll show you how it goes in the movie. You have her realize that, oh wait, is that
Master?
Is that Anakin? And then...
I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Now we know for sure it's Anakin. So now we're going to start up the music.
Anakin.
And that face right there, I mean, it just... You can see how she feels in his smile, and I just feel like this was more evocative of the moment. And then we cut to the wide shot, which is actually in the next episode. Right. This was the end of the 4th episode, and then this section now is the 5th episode. And that's when I got to see it in theaters. So let's see how it happens in the show.
Master?
I didn't expect to see you so soon.
So we know that it's Anakin here, and then this kind of mysterious... Yep. And then I like this swell. That's a nice swell.
Anakin.
Again, I don't have a problem with this score. I just think that, especially when I had to stitch the end of episode 4 with episode 5, so because that's the end. That's where, they cut into the credits here. Having to stitch those moments together, I needed a good swell of music to get us back into this section after the open with Hera. I wanted us to stay with Ahsoka for the kind of this duration of meeting Anakin. And so I didn't cut to Hera until much later in the sequence, but here is where we go to next, which I believe it starts with pretty quiet. Yeah, so it's very quiet here. Anakin. But basically, it's silent.
You look the same.
Yeah. So, in order to kind of better stitch those together is another reason why I added the score from John Williams, because this whole moment, I feel like you just really wanted to stay in the emotion of the moment. And in the show is basically silent. So the stitch feels much better and more cohesive when, the music is swelling underneath it still.
Same.
You look old.
I think the dialogue here was okay. It is kind of a hard thing to write, honestly. These two characters meeting after so long. So I can see it being a difficult thing to write, especially because of everything they've been through. So, I think the dialogue that we got here was a little funny, which I think is evocative of their relationship in the Clone Wars. I think what we got here was fine, but maybe it could have been a little bit more nuanced. Anyways, let's get into it. I'm talking too much about the script when I should be talking about this movie. And I didn't change too much of the dialogue here. I think I did make a cut in this section just to kind of speed things up. So this is how it goes in my movie.
To live. I'm here to finish your training.
So this is how it goes in the show.
To live.
Tell me what's going on.
I'm here to finish your training.
Yeah, so that line, tell me what's going on. It's just another one of those things where, I don't know, it's this ethereal experience in the world between worlds. It's very strange. So for Ahsoka to ask, tell me what's going on, I don't know. It's a clunky line. I removed it. I think it works much better just going right into, Anakin telling her what's going on. This is another part where I cut right into things. I think here's what happens in the show.
One is never too old to learn, Snips.
All right. What's the lesson, Master?
We just cut the line all right, which again is just one of those things where it was just drag the moment on just a little bit too long. These little minute edits that I make, I feel like they're small, but they're important. So here it is again.
All right. What's the lesson, Master?
And then this is how it goes in my movie.
What's the lesson, Master?
So I was even able to use her mouth movements when she says all right, because she opens her mouth.
What?
Even though she's saying all right, once you put the other audio underneath it, it looks like she's saying what, or she's about to say what's the lesson with her lips. So that's also another thing that you can do when you're editing, is you can fake somebody saying a line if you cut away from them when their mouth starts moving.
What's the lesson, Master?
Live or die.
I won't fight you.
I've heard that before.
I will say I really do like this dialogue. Once we get into this section, I think the dialogue is great, especially this reference here, I won't fight you. I've heard that before. Obviously, Anakin or Vader has heard that from Luke in Return of the Jedi. I just wanted to give praise where praise is due. I really did like this part of the show, and I didn't really change anything until... Oh, yeah. So in the show, we cut to another part with Hera in the middle of this battle, but I wanted to just stick with it until we get to a better place to interrupt the energy. So I'll show you that here. This is one sequence. And then as soon as they come in and clash lightsabers, this is now a different section of the fight, like after in the show. So I'll show you that. But just remember, he comes in, clashes the lightsaber here, and then we cut right here. And so that's what this cut looks like, this. And then we go into this. But in the show, I'll show you what happens. Right, so in the show now we're going to another section with Hera. This whole thing I cut out just because these are, secondary characters to what's going on right now. And I just wanted us to stay in the moment of this meeting with Anakin, this lesson with Anakin. So I was like, let's not cut back to Hera until we have a better break of the energy. But you'll see the next section. So after this, and they're listening to the lightsabers and whatever, then we cut right into this. So as you can see, this whole section, you know what? Let me call this out, because honestly, I was really sad that this was on the cutting room floor because I thought this line was really fun.
Jason has abilities. His father, Kanan Jarrus, was a Jedi.
Okay.
That line, okay. I thought that was a really great break in the tension. I think just for like the movie, this scene just didn't really work with kind of the momentum and the energy going forward. But I will say, I did really like this part in the show, so I was really sad to let it go. But again, back to the movie. So I think that cut is perfect, which keeps us in the momentum of this fight. So here's a moment that I wanted to fix a little bit. You can see here, Anakin gets kicked in the face. He doesn't quite get kicked in the face in the show. This is the original shot from the show. He just kind of pretends, which is, I've worked on movies before. I know you have to do this kind of stuff for set safety and all that. So, but I do think it's something that you can fix using visual effects, which is what I did. So there's no contact here. This is how it goes. And it's not super noticeable, again, because it's really fast, but I still think that adding her leg in there just makes that impact much more powerful. It really does feel like he gets hit. Yeah, and this, I didn't change much other than when she hits the ground here, I did truncate the amount of space that we sit in this pink for. In the show, that is just a little bit longer, but I faded them together so that we could get right into this flashback sequence. I didn't change much here. I really liked how this was done, so I didn't change this. I think this is kind of the section of the show that I didn't touch a lot of because, I don't know, I felt like this was super solid.
This is the Clone Wars!
I did think about maybe cutting that line because it was a little on the nose, like, oh, this is the Clone Wars. But also, it is something that she would say as she's kind of figuring out what she was looking at. There were some people who were like, oh, that's just kind of like a little wink at the audience, like, hey, remember the Clone Wars, like the TV series? But also, I can see her naturally saying this as a character, so I didn't mind that one. And I just have us go now. I felt like this was a natural part of the show where we've now kind of lost some energy. We're fading as we go into another sequence. So I thought that was a perfect place to now put Hera finally landing here on Cetos, because you wanted all that other stuff to be kind of together so we don't ruin the momentum. Now we're here with Hera. And I did cut some of this, so yeah, cut straight to Hu Yang here, but in the show, yeah, so more just walking, looking around, puts her gun down.
Carson, come in. I got nothing down here. Looks like we missed the party.
Yeah, this stuff, not necessary.
That's what worries me. Do a full sweep and report back.
Copy. Over.
Mom, can I come out now?
I actually didn't realize how much I cut out.
All right. But don't wander off too far. We don't know this planet, so keep Chopper with you.
Yeah, and I think this just like called more attention to it being weird that Hera would even let her son go out onto this mysterious planet after there were just bad guys here. It's crazy that she even brought him in the first place, but couldn't really change that, and he is important to finding Ahsoka. So yeah, I cut out this whole section. She does more walking and then looks around. She doesn't know. Okay, yeah. So now it flows, I think, much better. We don't have like a break in the moment. Now we just go straight from her getting off the ship here and walking over and finding Hu Yang.
They never listen.
And then now we see Chopper and Jason come up. And this now feels a little bit more like maybe it was against mom's wishes or whatever. They just kind of came out to explore, which kids do. So, you know, I feel like now that conversation about them asking permission to come off the ship and stuff calls more attention to Hera not doing her motherly duties of keeping him safe and on the ship. Now it kind of seems like, oh, maybe she had told him before, hey, don't come out here. But you know how kids are, and maybe he just walks out. Now she's like, oh, I guess he did come out. And now he's hearing something, or he's interested. And we go into the next sequence of Ahsoka's vision or force memories here. Didn't change much of this up until here. I think I just kind of truncated the conversation. This is how it goes in the show.
Is there a problem?
We lost so many.
There's always a price to be paid.
Yeah, so I basically just truncated this section and got rid of some of these lines. I feel like this line right here.
Is there a problem?
Sometimes I have a difficult time with these lines that are just like, his face already said that as a master, he's going to be looking at Ahsoka and wondering these things. He doesn't need to say it out loud. I think that the moment is actually much more powerful when you kind of see that he's watching her. He already understands what she's thinking. And so he can just now come in with kind of the solution before even asking what's wrong. So I think that this works much better.
There's always a price to be paid.
So now what's happening is she's looking around at all the people that are lost. We don't need her to say explicitly what she's thinking.
We lost so many.
And Anakin's facial expressions right here, he can already feel what she's feeling, especially with their connection through the Force. I'm sure he'd be able to feel and understand the emotional turmoil she's going through right now. So he doesn't need to ask,
is there a problem?
Now he just feels the problem, and then he comes in and offers a solution.
There's always a price to be paid.
It was my fault. They were following my orders. I got them killed.
For this part, I pretty much kept that the same, and then I'll show you there's a few edits I have here. This is how it is in the show.
This isn't what I trained for.
You must adjust to the times.
That's another line that I cut out.
You must adjust to the times.
The lesson can be a little bit more nuanced.
Look, when Obi-Wan taught me, we were keepers of the peace. But now, to win this war, I have to teach you to be a soldier.
That little anecdote right there, that when Obi-Wan was teaching him, they were keepers of the peace, but now to win the war, he has to teach her to be a soldier. That already says this line.
You must adjust to the times.
That line itself is unnecessary because we already get that in a more nuanced way with his little story than just saying outright, you need to adjust to the times.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day? How to fight?
Do you even want a Padawan?
You know, teaching's not all it's cracked up to be.
Really? What makes you say that?
I'm joking.
You're joking.
Yeah, I'm joking.
How can you joke at a time like this?
What would you prefer?
I don't know.
Tell me, what do you want? You want me to be more serious?
I'd prefer it.
Listen, I'm teaching you how to lead, how to survive. And to do that, you're going to have to fight.
So I ended up cutting a lot of that whole section out. I think that this is like nice characterization, especially it kind of shows their relationship as they were in the Clone Wars. But I felt like it interrupted the flow of the conversation a little bit, and there was just something weird about it that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And that's how I make decisions for these kinds of edits. I just go, is that necessary? Does that fill something? Especially with like a 2.5 hour runtime and cutting out so much. I knew that there was stuff that, while it works in a show, like for a movie, we just need to keep going forward. So in my movie, this is how it goes.
I have to teach you to be a soldier.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day? How to fight?
Listen, I'm teaching you how to lead, how to survive. And to do that, you're going to have to fight.
We already have a moment here now where Ahsoka is feeling stressed out about how she is going to be a master and how it kind of sucks for her that she's probably going to have to pass down being a soldier to her Padawan as well. Her already expressing this, I think, is frustrating Anakin, and he's kind of like, I did what I had to do. Now let's get over this. Let's get you back to the real world. You don't want to spend all your time in this forced memory. Let's like keep going. So his frustration is there, and we can just move to the next sequence.
But our mistakes cost lives. That doesn't bother you?
Of course it does. Look, when Obi-Wan taught me, we were keepers of the peace. But now, to win this war, I have to teach you to be a soldier.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day? How to fight?
Listen, I'm teaching you how to lead, how to survive. And to do that, you're going to...
I also like now he doesn't walk away from her again and then come back and they talk. It's just like they're here in this spot together and he's present. And this is very much kind of like how Vader is, where all of a sudden now he's angry, you know, and I think that also is foreshadowing how Anakin will become ultimately very frustrated with her, and he'll, you know, channel more of that Vader energy. Him being so angry in that moment makes Ahsoka remember Vader as well. And then that's why in this she sees Vader, and now she's spent time with her old master, but now it's starting to get to the point where she's like, oh no, I have some unresolved issues with how things went down and the last time that I met with my master. So I wanted to stay again with Ahsoka. So after that moment, I just faded us into the next section. So in the show, we cut to, I think, Jason again. Yeah, we kind of had this moment above the rocks with Jason and Chopper and listening and all that stuff and looking around. This stuff, again, just was not necessary for this whole section. We want to stay with Ahsoka and we want to be in her headspace until kind of the end of this sequence. So I cut all this out and then went right back into her here.
Come on, let's go!
I liked that Rex cameo. I thought that was very fun. Yeah, I know what everyone's thinking here. This is what happens in the movie.
Live or die.
I did cut out the line incorrect. I knew that this was going to be a controversial edit. There was a lot of memes about it. Let's get into why I cut the incorrect line. It's kind of like a humorous moment, which definitely Vader has. You know, Vader definitely has some humorous moments, but I liked kind of the terror, staying with the terror, instead of having a moment where you kind of have this humorous line of incorrect. I wanted to stay with the terror that Ahsoka is feeling, especially because we're about to move into a very emotional section where she has to fight her master, but now he's channeling Vader. You know, I did kind of go back and forth about, you know, whether to keep it or not, but something just felt off about it, and it just didn't quite hit with the terror that I was hoping for in this scene. So I did end up cutting it so that he just kind of silently clocks her answer and then just goes into attack. To me, that's much scarier than his little incorrect line. I think that was a fun little humorous moment, but I didn't quite feel like that fit for the scariness of the moment that I wanted to keep us in. And now we're gonna get into the moment everyone's been waiting for, the Malachor sequence. So let's kind of go through this. This was a huge sequence that I changed. It took me, I don't know, probably a month of like non-stop work. I had to roto everybody out of the backgrounds. I had to create this whole Malachor set from scratch. I tried to see if anybody had made a set that I could already download, but there really wasn't anything that I liked. So I knew that I was just going to have to watch Rebels and compare the two sets. And I wasn't trying to do like a 1-for-1 because going into live action, I knew that it was going to look a little different. So I went with more of like a bluish, like colder look. It was definitely to like make it easier so that I could blend it with the World Between Worlds, which was already kind of bluish. And the closer that it was to kind of the lighting that was on the actors, the more believable this would end up looking. So why did I do it this way? Why did I have them fight in Malachor instead of the World Between Worlds, which is where it was before? So I originally, when I did my announcement video, I talked about this sequence being done on Mustafar instead of on Malachor. It was actually pretty funny. The only two things that I had put in my announcement video, I said that I was going to have Sabine's arm cut off instead of her being stabbed, and obviously I cut that out. And then the next thing that I said I was going to do was have this sequence be on Mustafar. Those two things were the only two things that I really had announced, and they were the only two things that I didn't even end up doing. On my announcement video, I got a comment from Erin from my Discord server. I hadn't met her yet, so I had no, she was just a YouTube commenter at that point. It really did resonate with me, and the more and more I thought about it, the more I was like, wait, actually, that's a great idea. And it really did emotionally fit this section better. Here's the thing. When I was originally thinking of doing Mustafar, my intention was that wherever Vader goes, Mustafar comes with. As much as Ahsoka is filling up this Force vision with her moments with Anakin, when channeling Vader, might fill up this Force space with his own projections, which would be Mustafar. I wasn't just putting in there because I thought it was cool. I did have some thought behind why Mustafar would work for this sequence, though I do think Malachor is the much better option, and I'm glad that it was pointed out and that I decided to go with it, because really now, I mean, it kind of has a nice bookend for this, where these beginning moments in the story, we had her talking with Anakin during the Clone Wars, you know, which is kind of the first experiences that they had together were during the Clone Wars, and he became her master and she became his Padawan during the Clone Wars. So it would make sense that it would start with that, and then the last moment that she's ever had with Anakin in person was in Rebels Season 2, and it was this moment on Malachor in the Sith Temple. And so it's just this really nice bookend of kind of their whole life together. Also, this moment is a time when she had to kind of come to terms with the fact that her master did turn into this monster. You know, like she really did have this terrible experience with thinking there's no way Anakin could have turned into Vader. But then she like sees it for herself. And I feel like she just has never really emotionally recovered from that. So it would make sense that this was kind of the last moment that she needed to overcome with Vader. Having this now taking place in Malachor fits this emotional journey much better than just going right back into World Between Worlds. Now let's go into the process that it took to change this, now that you know why. So we immediately start hearing Ezra and Kanan's voices from Rebels. Puts you back into that moment that Ahsoka is reliving, the time that she is alone and has to face her master. And what was really nice is that in the show, there are these moments where like it flashes with lightning. So now I could get a much more motivated lightning flash. Whereas before it was just like, I don't know, the lightning was just there for no reason. But now I added lightning, you know, coming from the holocron to kind of motivate that in the movie. So you can see that it happens behind. So that was a really cool way that I could integrate some better motivation for lighting, but also have it make sense for the space. And for a lot of these, like, oh man, it was really difficult. I had to like track the smallest places. Like there's still like this little space here that I was able to track to get the camera movements for this. There's that little pan down, and I basically just had to like track just these tiny areas with particles that actually have some contrast so I can track the movement. It was really difficult to get a good track on a lot of these. Sometimes I even had to just do it by hand, where like frame by frame I was moving the camera in 3D space to like get the right movement. This one was hard too, because this is a full 3D move in. I rotoscoped Ahsoka from the original frame, and I just took this asset and I tracked this 3D movement of going forward here. Once I had the track done, then I was able to take this rotoscoped layer. I had to stabilize it so that it didn't move, and then put it into the 3D set that I had created so that I could get this accurate reflection. So this reflection happening on the floor here is actually really reflecting from this rotoscope layer that I brought into 3D space and put that up here so that it would give this accurate reflection in the floor as we move. In the show, it looks like he walks for a lot longer than like there's space to walk, which I know like is definitely done for like dramatic effect here and there. Yeah, so it has this. So he's pretty close to her here. I mean, I know it's a longer lens, so it does compress space. So he is far, but not far enough where he can make this walk multiple times. He's a lot closer now. He's still walking. So I just kind of cut some of that empty space. So we just go right into this moment here. Don't need this, don't need this. Now we need it. It also keeps the like momentum of him moving forward even faster and scarier.
You lack conviction.
I also added in the sound of her lightsaber blades igniting, which they did not have in the show here. It's just silent, which is kind of crazy. And like, I didn't notice it at first when I was watching it, but it started to irk me with sound design, with a lot of stuff going on. Sometimes you decide to omit certain sound effects to kind of keep you in the moment. This one though, I felt like I just really liked what it felt like when I added in her igniting blades. Because in this now you just hear Anakin's blade, like, you know, doing the spin. I realize that you guys probably want to see like before and afters. So this is before, after. Like rotoscoping all this. Oh man, you know, once I had him rotoscoped out and Ahsoka rotoscoped out, I took their layers and I flipped them to get this reflection on the floor here. So I wanted this fight to definitely like keep on moving. So I know that this part I edited down the time that they're locked in the saber clash. So I just have him like kind of come down on her and then take his lightsaber away immediately. And this is how it goes in the show. So we linger on that shot for just a bit longer before we get into things, but I liked just cutting out a few frames to keep the energy going. And then this big shot here. Here's one of my favorite shots in the entire movie, is this shot that I did a whole new design for. So I started with obviously the original shot here. I cut them out of the shot here. Once I had their layer rotoscoped, I then stabilized the shot. So basically making it so that they don't move at all. And then I re-exported that as a separate layer. So now when I bring that into Blender, their layer doesn't move. So I can put them anywhere in 3D space. And as long as I'm like in a very similar shot where, you know, I'm facing them, I can put them wherever I want and I can move the camera and have some parallax and move it way back, which is what I did. So this is kind of what the shot looks like in Blender without all the texturing and rendering and lighting. So you can see here that I have my layers of Anakin and Ahsoka fighting, and I actually have it so that they're emitting light. So the lightsabers here in the shot are actually affecting the background in my movie. So that's how you get these light streaks that are actually how it would look if they were in that space. And it really helps sell the shot, especially because you can see the reflections up on the ceiling too. Yeah, so this is like one of my favorites. It just feels so epic. Now we're further back, whereas this shot here, it's not all that interesting. It's just kind of like a basic shot, you know, from the side looking at them. Not a whole lot of interest, though, you know, this setting isn't a very interesting setting necessarily. You know, you've just kind of got these big force loops or whatever this is. It's fine, and I get it. It's the world between worlds, so it's got this ethereal feel, but being here on Malachor, favorite shot, the next shot. Yeah, so this is another one where the original shot is just another one of to the side. So I wanted to have another opportunity to kind of show this massive set. This was another moment where we didn't need it. It just kind of interrupted the flow of the fight. It is an interesting moment where, you know, they're looking at each other, but I prefer just like getting to the next part of the fight. This is how it feels in the movie. This goes right to the next thing. I feel like the flow is really nice here. And then this one, I liked getting closer because now we're going to start going into a more dramatic moment. So, you know, before this shot gives you an opportunity to see them in the space, and you get to just kind of like reflect for a second. You get taken far back, and we just have this sweeping shot of them fighting, which really makes them feel small. But now we're gonna start coming in. So now we're a little closer, close up, and then now we go right to the side of them. So it's the same shot here, rotoscoped out. Same technique that I used for the other shots, where I brought the rotoscoped layer into Blender, and I actually used that so that I could have the accurate reflections here and the light from the lightsabers reflecting in this floor here.
Trying to die.
Yeah, this is another moment where you can see Anakin's leg doesn't really even make contact, and it appears to be under. It looks like the lightsaber here is over his leg. So I guess he's kicking upwards, but then I don't know. That just seems really, I mean, especially after getting his legs cut off from Obi-Wan, this seemed awfully close to being cut off here. I mean, you can see right here. It's a little too close for comfort for me, the blade. So I changed it so that now his leg is over her, and now he's like kicking on top. So now the lightsaber flies away because he's kicked her hand on top. In the original too, it kind of doesn't look like he makes contact. Again, one of those stunt things, I'm sure. But I also didn't even use the lightsaber and all that rotoscoped from the actual shot. I found models online of her like physical sabers, and I put them into the 3D space, and I rigged them up so that there was some kind of impact, and then had the lightsabers turn off and then actually roll on the floor. Since we're in this space now, they can't just fall off. You know, you can see here, it just falls right down past the floor, which makes sense in this context. But since we're in Malachor and there's floor there, I had to recreate that lightsaber. So now you can see right here, I have it actually fall down onto the floor and bounce. And then it rolls away. So I added sound effects too for the roll. But this actually worked out really well because in the original shot, there's just empty space. It's just kind of a moment where she feels really small. She's so far at the bottom of the frame, but there's nothing going on really. There's nothing going on here. It was like the perfect opportunity to have the lightsaber that just fell on the floor rolling in the background. So it just gives you that nice moment. And then this, I sped up this moment quite a bit, and I added the lightsaber noises because at first I was a little confused at what even happened here and how she was able to not get sliced in half. The more I like analyzed this moment, the more I could see that what happens is he goes in to slice her, and then she grabs the lightsaber, turns it off so that she's able to move it past like her stomach, and then ignites it again once she's up here. So I added the sound of it retracting and then igniting again. So here it is. And then mentally, it's a little bit more clear what's happening. You can hear it turn off and then turn back on. But in the show, this is how it happens. You don't get the noise of her lightsaber turning on and off. It's so slow. Like, just feel this. It doesn't even feel like a swing. Like that, her grabbing it too. It feels so slow. I feel like in my version, we keep things moving and it actually feels scary. I did cut a good portion of this. Yeah, she kind of comes up. And then the camera moves in. And then she does that. So I just cut right into to keep the energy going. go right into it. And then now that she's had that moment where she's finally defeated Vader, now that's when the world between worlds comes back into existence. We see the facade fall away as she decides she's won. And she's won in her own way. She doesn't need to kill her master. Obviously, that's already been done. She has overpowered the enemy, and she's decided for herself that she will fight. That's the lesson she's learned. She will fight to continue. And so at this moment, right when she's gonna decide she chooses to live.
I choose to live.
In the Force, she's made that decision, obviously, before she says it. So I wanted that to reflect in the background. So as soon as she makes that choice, she's no longer affected by this past. That's when she can let go of it and the facade falls away.
I choose to live.
And this was a really long shot, but I thought Hayden just did such an incredible job with this performance that I decided to keep the whole thing. It just is it's a great moment, and it's finally, like, now is a good time to stop the energy. Now that we have learned something, and now that we need to take a second, now we can linger on a long shot, because this is when the emotion is here, and we do need to spend time in this moment. I like to pick and choose the moments where we're gonna like really elongate a shot for it to really have an emotional impact. And so like kind of up until this point, it's been like go, 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 go. And this moment now, she's learned something, she's changed. Now we can linger on a shot for a long time. And we can watch Vader change. You know, I could have easily cut this out, but I deliberately kept this in. So now we're getting back into the energy's starting to ramp back up. Now she's learned the lesson, and now things are going to start changing in her world. So I think I cut some of her just kind of looking around. This is what happens in the show.
Anakin.
Yeah, so I just cut to her looking around.
Anakin.
And then we just go right into the world between worlds kind of collapsing. And I fade to this moment just because in the episode, it does take a long time. So we go here, and then that goes away, and then she's looking down, and then this all comes up very slowly. We've already had that slow moment now, so now we can start ramping back into a faster pace. So you just fade right to this next moment. It's still kind of that ethereal vibe, and then fade to the next moment. Here, where as before, it fades to black, and then fades to her floating, and then we see the light here. But I just have it go straight from this, fade right into the light, and then have her open up her eyes, and then cut back over to her floating, and then now someone saves her. And that's all we need to know. We don't need to know how they saved her. We don't need to know any of that stuff. We just need to know her experience. We've been with her from the beginning to the end, and now she's being rescued. Plus, later on, we do learn that Jason was the one to help. So I just felt like it was redundant to kind of be cutting back and forth and like ruining the momentum of her lesson. And I just really wanted to stay with her through, most of that sequence. And then now that we see her rescued, now we can move into the next thing, which is the bad guys have gotten away and they're on their way to Peridia. So now we go into what the bad guys have been up to. So this is a shot where I wanted Balin walking into place, but in the original shot, Morgan Elsbeth starts asking about the prisoner. I didn't want to deal with that, so I rotoscoped her head from later on in the shot or earlier, manipulated it so that she doesn't say anything. But this one was particularly hard because of all the different light that's happening. I had to change the exposure and everything to make sure it was right with all the light that's kind of wrapping around you see in this. You can also see if I flip between these. that the background over here, it kind of goes inwards, and actually you can see a mistake here. You can see my rotoscope line here, but it was basically because I needed to like squish in the doors so that her like hair and head and stuff wasn't peeking through the background, but I still wanted to like use how the light is affecting this area in the door. I wanted to use that still here, so I basically just like cut this, pushed it inwards on either side of her. So that's why you get kind of this look where it squishes in, because I'm literally manipulating the frame to squish in more so that you don't get that spill from the other frame that the clean plate is taken from. In the show, episode 6 starts with Sabine, captured. And again, this was just one of those scenes that didn't really do much. Then we're going to go into Balin and her talking, and then they talk more, and then he goes into leaving, but definitely don't need it. Can just go right into what the bad guys are doing. Now this also kind of leaves mystery, like, oh, what is Sabine doing? Where has she been? What's going on? Kept most of their conversation about Peridia here. Now that their conversation has ended and we're getting into the next thing, now we can see where Sabine has been this whole time, and she's grabbed by them. And then we go into the next thing. So in the show, this is how it goes. It starts on this shot. She's listening to the, doors and stuff, and then, boom, we hear it open. Then they come in. And then she's taken. And there's that small moment that I feel like we didn't need here, where Shin just kind of stands there and looks at her, and then they have that moment. We can cut that out, and we can just now go straight from this to the door sound opening. Boom. We're here. They come in, immediately go to grab her, and we just keep moving. And then we go into getting down to Peridia, which I did cut a lot of just like shots of them coming into this area, mostly just for time, not because I didn't think they were cool or anything. It was just like we had to keep moving. And then we get to the witches. For these, I just kind of, made the conversation flow faster. A lot of times with the witches, they talk slow. So obviously I have to keep that feeling, but for actual runtime purposes, I had to keep going. A lot of this I kept the same, mostly just worked on the color correction, give us some more saturation, and you can just see more, you can see more detail in her face and stuff. Then once Sabine is kind of in a more defeated spot, now I felt like would be a good time where the energy has slowed down. Now we can go back to Ahsoka. In the show, we go straight from her being rescued, and then this little triumphant moment, and the sun comes up and through to where she's sleeping. So that all happens like right after she's rescued from World Between Worlds, we go right into her coming to. But in my version, she's rescued from World Between Worlds, and we basically are like, oh shoot, like how did that even happen? What's going on? Now we can go into, now what have the bad guys been up to? And then we have this whole sequence, we get to Peridia. Now there's this kind of like dichotomy moment where Sabine, this shot, she's looking out to kind of this window space. Now that I'm looking at that though, I feel like Sabine is skinny enough to get up in there and wiggle her way out. Interesting. I just noticed that. I was like, wait a second. That, I feel like she could fit her head and body through there and crawl out. But anyways, whatever. Throwing that aside. This is kind of a moment where she's trapped, and then we are going to transition into Ahsoka, where she's having her moment of like awakening. Yeah, I liked kind of that dichotomy, and I like that also the energy has now subsided, because she's now somewhere she can't do anything about. And then we get into Ahsoka now coming to from her lesson. We find out she's been out for one rotation. Then we find out about Jason. So this is where we can learn from Ahsoka's perspective how she was even saved. Because before, the show showed us exactly how she was rescued and everything. But since we're kind of supposed to be in Ahsoka's shoes for this sequence. Now we don't figure out how she was saved until she's woken up and Hu Yang is telling her about this. So that's why we didn't need to see exactly how it happened. If I had kept in showing how they got her, then I probably would have cut out them talking about how she was rescued, because having both of those things in there are just like redundant and take up time for seeing and hearing the same thing. So you either see it or you hear it. Seeing and hearing about it can just get redundant.
However, you might have been lost for good, if not for Jason.
Jason is here.
With his mother and a squadron of X-Wings. All unauthorized, of course.
That's also now where we get context for how Hera's gotten here and everything. We didn't need to know prior. Now we know from what Hu Yang is saying, oh, she was unauthorized, she still came, and, you know, this is where we're at now. And then she asks about Sabine.
We were hoping you could explain what happened.
I did another J cut where the sound from the next shot comes in before we get to it, so that it's, you know, not as shocking. In the show, this is how the cut goes. So we stay on her even longer. And then we see her walking out. And then we see Chopper and Jason in the background. And then we see Ahsoka come out. So again, that was just one of those things where it was like, it just felt like it was filling time. You know, we don't need that. We just need, she's looking at this. Now she's come out. And then we have Jason move in.
I owe you my thanks.
In the show, so he runs over, gives her a hug. We cut to Hera looking. Then we cut back to the hug. We don't need that close-up of Hera looking. So we just go straight from the hug to then Ahsoka thanking him and him talking about fighting.
You did?
Yeah, lightsabers. Who are you fighting with?
So now he gets to tell her how he force heard what was going on. So we didn't need to see, again, like he already explains how he did it. So we don't need to see how he did it before.
Who are you fighting with?
Hey, I have an idea. Hu Yang, why don't you show Jason inside your starship?
Come along. I'll show you the training room.
You have a training room in your starship?
So this is one of those moments where in the show there was like an extra bit that just disrupted the flow. I'll show you that.
Hey, I have an idea. Hu Yang, why don't you show Jason inside your starship?
I've been in a starship before.
A Jedi starship?
Come along. I'll show you the training room.
We don't need him, I've already seen his starship, blah, blah, blah. That just like cuts the energy in his tracks when like the point of that line is to get him out of the scene. So why not just get him out of the scene? So now in the movie, we just do this.
Hu Yang, why don't you show Jason inside your starship?
Come along. I'll show you the training room.
You have a training room in your...
So now he's just a kid that's excited about stuff. And he already knows, obviously, that Ahsoka is a Jedi. So having Hu Yang give you a personal tour of the T6 shuttle is already going to be exciting for him. You know, he's like, oh, obviously I've been in a starship. But he knows Hu Yang is showing Jason around in Ahsoka's starship. So it's a Jedi starship. And so obviously he's going to be excited. We don't need for him to like do the annoying kid thing. Again, it just takes away from the energy that we are already building forward momentum, and we can just go right into the next thing. Yeah, so this section, I basically just truncated some of it so that it went faster. We spent a long time kind of like hearing this force memory when we get it. We've already lived it. And for the show, it's like kind of a recap, you know, you're like, oh, this is what happened in the last episode. But for the movie, we've just seen it. You know, we didn't have to wait a week. We didn't have to wait any amount of time. So we don't need it to kind of recap what happened between Sabine and Baylan. So we can just keep moving forward again. I feel like I'm a broken record. Just keep moving forward.
Well, they're a little late.
I don't think they're coming to help.
So this was a moment where I stitched two shots together, and it actually ended up looking really good.
I don't think they're coming to help.
And in the show, he says that line.
I don't think they're coming to help.
So that little chopper moment, again, unnecessary.
They're a little late.
I don't think they're coming to help.
So I literally just stitched those two shots together, which makes me think that they really did slice that shot just to put Chopper in.
I don't think they're coming to help.
And Chopper. Then she turns around. I think it's better this way.
I don't think they're coming to help.
I'll deal with this.
So then Ahsoka kind of looks around, makes her realization it's the whales, and then we get into this. So in the show, this is how this conversation goes.
You can't be serious.
Do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
No.
Do you have evidence of Imperial Remnant activity or of Grand Admiral Thrawn's return?
No.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. You and Ahsoka Tano are to return to Coruscant with the fleet.
I'm not sure she'll agree to that. I'm not sure I agree to that.
Hera, the Senate Oversight Committee is going to determine if your command should be permanently suspended.
This plot point I kind of took out because I knew I wasn't going to be including the Senate hearing scene that's later in the show. It wasn't important to this storyline since I was trying to keep things focused on Ahsoka and kind of the new galaxy and what's all happening there. I knew that there wasn't really going to be a space to have that Senate hearing scene with C-3PO too. And it was difficult because I do like seeing C-3PO here and there, but it was a scene that just kind of was unnecessary. So I didn't want to call attention to anything that was questioning whether she should have command. I basically just wanted to frame it as obviously you're unauthorized. You don't have evidence. We're going to send people to come in to escort you back home, basically, with this unauthorized fleet. So that's all I needed to establish with this scene. So here's the rest of it.
The Senate Oversight Committee is going to determine if your command should be permanently suspended. You are going to need her testimony to help you. I'm sorry.
I don't know how you score this, but we're losing right now.
I know how to follow Sabine.
In my movie, this is how the conversation goes.
You can't be serious.
Hera, do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody? Do you have evidence of Imperial Remnant activity or of Grand Admiral Thrawn's return?
No.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. You and Ahsoka Tano are to return to Coruscant with the fleet. I'm sorry.
So basically, I rearranged some things. It starts with Mon Mothma in my movie just being a little bit more straightforward, like Hera.
You can't be serious.
Hera.
So she's already kind of done with this conversation immediately.
Hera, do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
And then she asks, she's like, this is why I'm frustrated. In the show, it starts immediately with the question.
You can't be serious.
Do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
I like seeing Mon Mothma's face and having her already be frustrated. So I moved that Hera from later to earlier in the shot.
You can't be serious.
Hera, do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
And her mouth movements just happen to line up pretty well with that line that comes in.
Hera, do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
And then just seeing Hera kind of have this attitude, I think it's more powerful than having her say no. But in the show, she says no first.
Serious.
Do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody?
No.
But I think that was a much more powerful no to use later on, so.
Do you have evidence of Imperial Remnant activity or of Grand Admiral Thrawn's return?
No.
And then you hear another no, which I don't think you need.
No.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do.
So now it's more like Mon Mothma she starts off being tired of Hera. So she's like, Hera. And then she asks her questions and without stopping to hear her answer, she's just kind of like laying on thick, like how much Hera hasn't been doing or how much Hera doesn't have in favor of her case against Thrawn and all this. So I think this is much more powerful.
Serious.
Hera, do you have Morgan Elspeth in custody? Do you
Gives
have
the look.
evidence of Imperial Remnant
Asks some more
activity or
questions.
of Grand Admiral Thrawn's return?
Then we get her frustrated face here of like, no, you know.
No.
Then I'm afraid there's
Then we can have her say, then there's nothing more I can do.
nothing more I can do.
There's nothing she can do? Like, she's just gonna give up on us?
Then I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. You and Ahsoka Tano are to return to Coruscant with the fleet. I'm sorry.
And then we don't get any back talk from Hera. Now it's just, she's defeated. And this shot, I stitched together 2 different shots. So again, just to keep things moving forward. In the show,
I don't know how you score this.
it takes
but
a
we're
long
losing right now.
time for Ahsoka to come in. They sit here. Then Ahsoka comes in. Then they look back.
I know how to follow Sabine.
Then she says her line. We can definitely truncate some of that. I took the beginning of the shot and the end of the shot and kind of like overlapped them. So I'm taking Hera from the beginning of the shot, Carson from the end of the shot, basically like doing rotoscope here in the middle section to combine them. So
I don't know how you score this, but we're losing right now.
I know how to follow Sabine.
I don't know how you score this, but we're losing right now.
I know how to follow Sabine.
boom. Now we are moving on to the next part, which is the whales. I just kind of truncated a lot of this just so it moved faster. I did add a Hu Yang line here.
Wish me luck. Luck? After surviving half a rotation underwater, I think all you have is luck.
In the show, there was just an empty space there where he just kind of shakes his head. In Star Wars, the droids are always saying something funny or sarcastic or something, so I thought it would be a good place to put like a little line for Hu Yang to say. So this is how it is in the show.
Wish me luck.
I felt like we could add a little something fun there. I mean, she is a very lucky individual. It's also kind of like taking a look at itself and being like, it is kind of crazy how much Ahsoka has survived. So it's nice to kind of acknowledge it.
Wish me luck.
Luck? After surviving half a rotation underwater, I think all you have is luck.
And then we get right into the whale experience. Again, most of the stuff that I did here was just shortening what happens, but still trying to give us enough time to like soak in how incredible it is that she's having this connection with the whales. Yeah, again, more just like cutting things down so that we keep moving forward. And then now we can go into Peridia again because that whole sequence has kind of like finished its energy. So this, I added some lightning here. This is the original shot. There wasn't, I also added the sound effects too. So there wasn't thunder or lightning or anything, just a pan. And I wanted a little bit more visual interest. It just makes the space feel more dangerous. So I added the lightning here. So this is also another conversation where I kind of cut some of the lines. I felt like what I kept in was really the meat of the conversation. Whatever I cut out, I'm not exactly sure what I cut out, but I can see on my timeline that I made some edits here. Were just things I thought was a little unnecessary. If you have any specifics, again, If I don't mention it here, it's probably because I didn't even remember it being in there, but you're welcome to ask me in the comments and I'll let you know if I remembered why I cut it. So this is another big section where I basically didn't change much. I thought that the introduction of Thrawn was really well done. Just scary enough, long enough where we really got to like experience this. I think the only thing that I did here is I zoomed in this shot. You can see I cut off Thrawn's head up here. I think in the original shot, yeah, you can kind of see Thrawn up here in the original shot. So I just zoomed in just a bit. I wanted to save Thrawn's face reveal. I think that's basically the only thing that I changed about this entrance. Yeah, this is all really well done.
They have brought a prisoner.
You never spoke of this.
We did not see it. It is a loose thread.
Well, speak to me of this loose thread.
I brought the prisoner.
We already know that they see things. I like the idea that Balin kind of comes forward immediately, so we can just go straight from the witches basically telling on Morgan, you know. They're kind of like, hey, I brought somebody. Straight to Balin owning up to it. So now...
They have brought a prisoner.
I brought the prisoner. I felt she could be of some use to us.
And you are?
This is how it goes in the show.
The prisoner is Sabine Wren.
Now there's a familiar name. You're quite right. She'd be of great use to us.
Yeah, so that last bit we did not need. It was just a long Thrawn silence and him saying that she would be of use, but we don't need that. So in the movie, this is how it goes.
The prisoner is Sabine Wren.
Now there's a familiar name.
And then we just go right into the next scene. So in the show, we go into Sabine being brought to Thrawn, but I wanted us to feel like this journey that Ahsoka was taking through hyperspace took a little bit longer. That's why I kind of have these interspliced in the movie instead of how it was in the show.
Intergalactic travel within a star whale. Now I really have done it all.
I remember them from the stories you would tell us. When we were younglings, back at the temple.
Ah, yes. I still have those stories in my archive memory. Would you like to hear one?
Not right now.
That flows really well in the movie. In the show, there's just like a couple extra lines that just like, again, it doesn't really add to it. It just kind of takes away from what the root of the scene is. So this is how it goes in the show.
When we were younglings, back at the temple.
Ah, yes. History of the Galaxy Parts 1, 2, and 3.
1 being the best, of course.
I still have those stories in my archive memory.
Yeah, so we didn't need that little... I mean, like, it's nice, I guess, for lore building, but, like, it doesn't move the scene forward.
Would you like to hear one?
Home. Not right now.
And then that little section, again, just doesn't really add anything.
Home. Not right now.
Instead of that little moment now, she'll just turn her head away and say, not right now. So again, this is the movie.
When we were younglings, back at the temple.
Ah, yes. I still have those stories in my archive memory. Would you like to hear one?
Not right now.
In the show, there really isn't much music under this. I added this because it's from Rebels and it's called Sabine's Catharsis. And I thought that having a nice little padding of music underneath this conversation about Sabine and kind of how she made the wrong choice and how Ahsoka is dealing with that, I thought that would be like a nice little padding underneath this conversation to give it a little bit more emotion. I'm not gonna lie, the performances here, I don't know if it was rushed or whatever, but it just like, I don't know, it doesn't really have a lot of emotional impact for kind of the gravity of the conversation that they're having. They're having this conversation about how Sabine kind of let down the entire galaxy at this point, and for it to just be this very casual conversation, you know, obviously there's not much I can do about the performances, but at least I can enhance it with some music underneath it.
I didn't tell her about Sabine.
Which is?
She went with the enemy willingly.
Impossible.
I tried to give that moment a little bit more weight because in the show, it almost feels like a throwaway line from Hu Yang, which is weird because like they're both kind of dealing with this truth that Sabine made the wrong decision and it was a big decision. And the way that they're handling it is very strange. So I tried to do little things to make it more impactful, but you know, again, it's hard because this is what I'm working with, but here's what happens in the show.
She went with the enemy willingly.
Impossible.
I saw it through the Force.
Having it just be kind of a wide shot with the two of them and Hu Yang saying impossible right away and then looking away. I don't know. It just felt so throwaway. There should just be more there. There should be more there. And so that's why I wanted to cut in for a close up for that line. So this is the movie.
She went with the enemy willingly.
Impossible.
I saw.
That's as good as I could get it. It was a difficult area to try to fix because there just wasn't that emotional weight there that I was hoping for. What I could do was cut in for a close up.
I saw it through the Force when I held them up.
Well, that is troubling.
She was fated to make that choice. There wasn't enough time to prepare her to make the right one.
Perhaps for Sabine, it was the only choice.
On second thought, tell me one of those stories. Your choice.
Very well. A long time ago.
This is how it is in the show.
That is troubling.
Troubling.
Yeah, so we don't need all this.
She could have ended this.
Yeah, we already know
No
this.
throne.
It's like a recap for the audience.
No war.
And no Ezra.
The audience already knows this about Sabine and about why she did this. This scene is more about Ahsoka struggling with how she failed as a master.
She was fated to make that choice. There wasn't enough time to prepare her to make the right one.
The Force provides you with insight.
Yeah, and like...
But it does not give one all the answers.
This from Hu Yang.
Meaning?
Perhaps for Sabine.
This is one of those things where like a character starts saying something and then the other character is like, explain that again, you know, give it to me in English almost. And I hate that trope.
Perhaps for Sabine, it was the only choice.
That's already a very insightful comment. We don't need to drag it out about the Force and all that. So we can just cut straight to it. So this is how it feels in the movie.
Enough time to prepare her to make the right one.
Perhaps for Sabine, it was the only choice.
On second thought, tell me one of those stories. Your choice.
The show.
Sabine, it was the only choice.
A choice she made for herself.
That is your fear.
I think that just like adds to kind of the animosity of the two characters. You know, you can tell that Ahsoka is almost like disappointed in Sabine at this point, which makes sense. But I think as she's growing as a master, I think this can kind of be done internally. We don't need to have her say it out loud. We can see that she's already struggling. So I think it's enough to just kind of be with her facial expressions. She doesn't need to say anything after that, especially because it's something to think about. You know, Hu Yang just gave her something to ponder. Now she's going to divert the conversation into something else so that she can think about that and really absorb it.
Perhaps for Sabine, it was the only choice.
On second thought, tell me one of those stories. Your choice.
Very well. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Then we move into Sabine, and I specifically didn't add any kind of wipe transition for that cut right there because I wanted us to start feeling like, okay, Ahsoka's getting close. Ahsoka is in the same region. And so now we're not necessarily cutting between distances or time. Now it's kind of like starting to catch up with each other. So I specifically didn't put a wipe transition there. I also like how in that cut they're talking about Sabine's choice. Now she's about to face it head on. This one was fun because I think that the way I've edited it together, there's a little bit more power in Thrawn's presence. Sabine is a feisty character, but no matter how feisty a character is, if you want to present another character next to them as scary, you can't have your main character, being feisty with them. If the point of that scene is to give the audience the feeling that, the bad guy is bad and could do a lot of damage, we don't want the main character to be talking back, making a joke, or making light of the situation. I think that that's something that can happen later in the scene, but in the beginning, I want her to have that fear in her, and I want the audience to feel that Thrawn has the situation under control, and then we can let that ease up later in the scene. But right off the bat, I mean, this is how it goes in the show.
Sabine Wren.
Thrawn.
What a delight it is after so long to see a familiar face. I understand it is you I have to thank for my escape from exile.
Where's Ezra?
Ah, yes. The desire to be reunited with your long-lost friend. How that singular focus will reshape our galaxy.
Just answer the question.
Obviously, she's fearless, which is a great quality to have in a character, but that comes at the detriment of the threat in front of them. As the audience, if we're seeing this Sabine character talking back to Thrawn like he's nothing, then we're not going to be scared. We're not going to be afraid of his presence. We're going to think, oh, he's nothing. Sabine isn't even a Jedi. She doesn't even have Force capabilities, and she's not afraid of Thrawn. So why should we be afraid of Thrawn? That's one of those things that I wanted to leave out as much as I could, because I still want Thrawn to be a frightening presence. We want to stay in the fear for as long as we can in this scene. So cutting out all this back and forth between them, and we can just go straight into him, being like, look, you're familiar, and guess what? I already know the plan, and you can head out.
What a delight it is after so long to see a familiar face. I'm aware of your agreement with Balin's Skull, and I intend to honor it. You shall have provisions, a mount, and our latest intel on Bridges' whereabouts.
So that's it? You're just gonna let me walk out of here?
This is the first thing that she said to Thrawn. But before that, she was just kind of soaking in, what was happening in front of her. She's seeing this terrifying presence that she remembers from her time in Rebels, but it's not a person she would have expected to see ever again, especially after what happened, with Ezra and the whales and stuff. So to have her just come in and kind of be soaking in the moment, and then he said something kind of crazy, which is, hey, I know I'm the bad guy, but I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to show you exactly where you can find Ezra. That's a great place for her to all of a sudden chime in and kind of snap out of it and be like, wait, it can't be that easy.
So that's it? You're just gonna let me walk out of here?
You helped my cause. Now I shall help yours. You should know, though, that once my starship departs, you'll be stranded here forever. It's also quite possible that your friend is dead.
If you survived, I'm sure he's doing just fine.
Now is a great time. We've already gotten to the point where we've shown how scary Thrawn can be. Like, this scene gives you that. It gives you this commanding presence of Thrawn. But now that they're in this conversation, and she's like almost thinking like, okay, your plan here, it's not computing in my mind. Your plan here to me sounds almost stupid. Now she can kind of get back into her feisty self, Now she's like, oh, if he's just going to let me go, he must not be that big of a threat. Now I can actually start being my feisty self. She's clocked the situation now that everything has transpired. And we got Thrawn to be a little bit more of a scary presence, but now we can have this kind of fun, feisty moment.
It's also quite possible that your friend is dead.
And she doesn't start getting feisty until Thrawn is kind of like toying with her, being like, I'm letting you go, but Ezra's probably dead. And I think this is when she can kind of wake up into her feisty self, because nobody messes with Ezra. Nobody messes with her connection and why she even threw away everything at this point to join the bad guys on this pursuit. So now we can start seeing that.
If you survived, I'm sure he's doing just fine.
After her feistiness, now we can get back into Thrawn being a scary presence. We get that bass sound, and then the camera comes in and he's giving this commanding presence where he's like, now he can't understand her thinking. Now he's like, so Thrawn still has a commanding presence here, but now we've let him have the throne of the moment for a while. Now we can have this switch into Sabine being more of a feisty presence, and him kind of taking a little bit of a backseat to her presence. This is how it goes in the show.
If you survived, I'm sure he's doing just fine.
You've gambled the fate of your galaxy on that belief.
You wouldn't understand.
Perhaps not.
I'd rather not waste any more.
Yeah, so we don't really need that line either. I like it more that she's just kind of dismissive than kind of getting into the root of what kind of a person Thrawn is. I think, honestly, in this kind of interaction, I think Thrawn would laugh at her thinking that he doesn't understand. Because even if he doesn't feel these things, he calculates them. He calculates them into every single one of his decisions, and that's what makes him such a scary villain in the Star Wars universe. He's always calculating things. So even if he doesn't understand the exact nuances of what she's feeling and the sacrifice she made, really, you can argue that he probably does understand. All the sacrifices he's made to get back to the galaxy for the Empire. You could say he's got the same kind of dedication that she has for Ezra that he does for the Empire. So we can just cut that and go straight to her being dismissive and hey, all right, what kind of ride you got around here then?
Perhaps not.
Lars Mikkelsen does a great job with the facial expressions and with the acting. I just think that in this moment right here, it's almost like giving Thrawn too much vulnerability, and it makes him less threatening. You kind of get these moments where other characters are affecting him in ways that maybe he didn't even think he would be affected. But if you want him to be a character that's one step ahead of everyone, he can't ever be surprised about what somebody's going to say. That gives the other person too much power. So for Thrawn to stay a scary villain, he needs to be on top of things and nothing surprises him. And you'll see later in the movie, I do specifically use a shot where something does surprise him, and that's a turning point. But we want to keep that. We want to save that moment for a good moment, because all these sections where Sabine's telling him something and it surprises him, now it gives us kind of the underlying feeling that, oh, maybe he's not all in control. Maybe he does have things that he hasn't thought about. We don't want that feeling when dealing with an intense villain who's always thinking about things. Then you start to question him because he's questioning himself. I want to eliminate any time something like that happens, but save it for something that does make sense and is a turning point and has that impact. So that's why I cut it out here.
You've gambled the fate of your galaxy on that belief.
I'd rather not waste any more time. What kind of ride you got around here?
And then we can just move into her on the Howler. She already has all of her stuff, and they're letting her go, and she, rides off into the distance. In the show, they're meeting the Howler. She gets on. We have Enoch giving her weapons back and everything. It's stuff that we don't need. It's not really adding anything, and it's just taking up runtime. All that we need to accomplish in this section is she's on a Howler and she's on her way. So we can cut out all of this and just go straight into, her leaving here.
What kind of ride you got around here?
She is on a fool's errand.
Indeed. You may follow her at your own pace.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren will have the opportunity.
So this is one where I don't think anybody would have caught this change. It's super small, but elongated moments at any point. If I could truncate them, I would. So in the show, this is how it goes.
You may follow her at your own pace.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
But he shall. Sabine Wren will have the opportunity of finding Ezra. You may follow her at your own pace.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement. I thought you were to
Sabine
honor
Wren
your
will
agreement.
have the opportunity of finding Ezra Bridger. Sabine Wren will have the opportunity of finding Ezra.
You know, I like the facial expressions and all that. I just needed it to be cut down, you know, and sped up a little bit. So I ended up taking the first part of the shot and the last part of the shot and did what I did, you know, with the Ahsoka entering section. I did that same idea where I you know, overlapped them to truncate the space and time. So this is the beginning part of it.
Indeed. You may follow her at your own pace.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine.
And you can see in this plate, she says it late here.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren.
Again, it's not a lot that I cut out, but it was important. And the next part too is crazy because in the movie, she says,
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren will have the...
And then I have Thrawn still looking at them because in the next shot, as he's talking, he's looking at them. In the original shot, by that point, you can see he's looked away.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren.
It just was a weird cut. If I had him still looking that way.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren will...
It's just a weird cut. You want to make sure that he's still, even though he's not the focus, you still want to, you know, see him looking and start talking. So I basically took this section and then went backwards. So like right here, then I played it backwards so that he's still looking and he starts to talk even though it's going backwards. So that ends up looking like this altogether.
You may follow her at your own pace.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I thought you were to honor your agreement.
Sabine Wren will have the opportunity of finding Ezra Bridger. Just as promised. And if she does, you and your master will destroy them both.
Just a little change, but I felt like it was important. And now we just get Sabine on her journey. I mostly just truncated the fight. I added this moment when she's attacked and her blaster is shot out of her hand, she immediately goes for her lightsaber. So here's that section. Here's the original. The break in the tension almost feels impossible. They're clearly fighting to kill, and now she's hit the floor potentially unarmed, and they're just standing around, nobody's shooting at her or whatever. Cutting out that moment and just getting right into the next fight makes more sense. It gets shot out of her hand, and then her hand kind of goes over, and that's the end of that shot. But I added her grabbing her lightsaber really quickly, so I put the lightsaber in her hand there and turning it on, and then we can cut right into this moment. It also makes Sabine look like, you know, more badass. She's always another step ahead. She can always like pull out her lightsaber and figure it out. Sabine wins this fight, and she realizes that her little device that was supposed to give her the whereabouts of Ezra has been broken in all of this, which is unfortunate. And then I wipe us to more of her walking through, being mad at the Howler for abandoning her. Oh yeah, I also cut out this section of Shin and Balin coming out tracking Sabine, because Thrawn already said that was going to happen, so we can, we don't need to see
The
that.
attack squads wait for Lord Balin's signal.
Should we not send more troops to support them?
I cut out this whole subplot of sending out troops. I just felt like Thrawn, at this point, he's got bigger things to do. He's dealt with Sabine. He's sent her on a fool's errand, and he's sent the mercenaries to track her and basically kill her and Ezra whenever that's found. She's just like, all right, go do it. Now I'm focusing on the task at hand, which is moving everything from the catacombs into his Star Destroyer. So having too many scenes where he's like actively talking about what's going on with them and what the next thing is, it makes it feel to Thrawn more important than it should be. It starts making Thrawn like a weird tactician, because he's like, if he sends more troops, that's just like more resources that he's wasting. And basically in this movie, I wanted it to feel like Morgan Elsbeth is almost this tragic character. She does so much for Thrawn, and Thrawn is just so brutal that he's just using her. Every step of the way, he's just using her for the resources and for the power of the witches and everything like that. He has no regard for her, and that's why he's the villain. So he's not going to waste any of his resources if he doesn't have to. So at this point, Sabine is kind of a non-threat. He knows that Ezra's probably out there, so he's fine with sending out the mercenaries that Morgan Elsbeth brought in, because he has no connection to them. He's just like, all right, cool. You brought some extra people that I can send out. I'm not going to send out any of my troops. I'm not going to send out any of my TIE fighters. I'm not going to send any of those things because they're my resources and I want to keep them. I would much rather spend your resources because they're expendable to me. So that's kind of what I was going with when I was editing this. I wanted it to feel like Thrawn was just using Morgan for all that she brought. That's why also the fighters that Morgan Elsbeth brought with her, he'll let the fighter group go deal with Ahsoka when she gets here, because that's Morgan's resources. So I wanted him to just really be so adamant about not using his own resources. So whenever I was editing, I was trying to make that the story that I was going with. This was kind of a section where I didn't love it in the show either. Still don't love it in the movie. There's really no way to take this out without it being just like a very strange cut from one thing to the next, because in this, clearly the Howler is gone after they got shot at, and it was scared and it ran away. We see it run away. She doesn't get the help of it, so it makes sense to have to readdress that. Like, oh, okay, the Howler did come back. It's been following her. Plus, I couldn't cut out the interaction with the bandits, because in order to join forces with the bandits, Shin and Baylan needed to come across the bandits organically through tracking Sabine and stuff. So in order for all that to make sense and not just have random henchmen come out of nowhere, we did need to keep those plot points. Okay, so this is how it goes in the show.
Am I missing something? You were thirsty. Is that it? Now what? It's a rock. You're embarrassing yourself. Hey! Okay, yeah, that trick's over. Get up, come on, I can see you there.
Yeah, so that whole sequence just like plays out so much longer, The point of this scene is they find these little notey people, then they're able to find Ezra that way. So that's really all we need to include, and any extra stuff is just like elongating the process and isn't taking us anywhere. So now when we get to this new section, we have this establishing shot of them coming into this area, and then we can cut to, it drinking, and maybe Sabine was taking a break too. It's been a long time. And then he smells something. And now he's sniffing,
You got something?
She says, "You got something?" I added that from earlier. And then now he just goes right into sniffing, and she doesn't need to like say "you're embarrassing yourself" or anything. I like the idea of her kind of being more on guard, you know, and looking around.
Hey!
And then she's just as shocked too, you know, when this creature pops up.
Hey!
And I think pretty quickly she clocks it as being non-threatening. I feel like it just works better for her to pretty immediately put down her weapon. So again, this is how it goes in the movie.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
And then this is how it goes in the show. So he trips, and then he's crawling around more, goes underneath.
Okay, yeah, that trick's over.
She says that. He's popping up again, goes back down, just taking time. We don't need it. I don't know why she's still pointing her gun at him. Obviously, he's not a threat. Yeah, so we didn't need that whole section. And this whole process, too, takes a really long time. He's so obsessed with this creature. Again, it like makes sense, but it's just taking a long time for us to get to where we need to go, and it's not interesting or fun enough to keep in, you know. We needed this moment where we see her shoulder pad here, and so does our Noti friend. So now he's on his way, and then the Howler, you know, scares him. She turns around. Then he points and he sees. So that's the movie. The show, I feel like, just takes a long time to get there. We have him creeping up, and we have this whole shot of her trying to, like, you know, put out her hand, and then it scares him. Then she turns around. So we could just remove some of that space to make the moment happen faster. And then same with this, he shows her, and then all these other guys pop up, and she has more of a conversation with them. Since the point of the scene is getting introduced to the Noti, realizing that they are the key to finding Ezra, and then moving on. So we don't need any of this extra stuff where the whole crew is here talking. We can just go straight to the next thing.
This?
Ezra, do you know Ezra?
Then we get to this scene where I just cut out some of the conversation. I love these moments with Baylan and Shin, but sometimes they got a little too like philosophical. And listen, I'm a philosophy major. That's what I majored in college, so I'm no stranger to this. But sometimes it can just bog down the energy of a scene. Here's what happens in the show.
You, I trained to be something more.
Also, this moment, it's a weird moment for nothing to be happening. And then all of a sudden, Shin almost looks like she's listening. This facial expression doesn't say, you know, "Oh, I have a random little question to ask you."
Do you miss it? The order.
It's just like, I don't know, the motivation for that was a little strange. I don't know if maybe they cut out a line or something that Baylan said that she was listening to, because to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like she's listening to him say something that is interesting to her. But again, it's just this whole section about the order.
I miss the idea of it, but not the truth, the weakness. There was no future there.
You clearly see one here? In this wasteland?
I see what once was the great witch kingdom of the Dathmiri. The existence of the Great Mothers confirms this.
They seem eager to leave this place. Maybe we should too.
Perhaps they flee a power greater than their own. Something calls to me. Can't you hear it? Something stirs here. Can't you see it?
I see bandits.
There's no need for bloodshed. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. For now.
The point of the scene is to find that Sabine was attacked by bandits, and that the next step is they're going to become friends with the enemy of Sabine. We can see she's kind of left a trail of havoc, and so they can use that to their advantage and side with the bandits. So all this other stuff was like, I guess, extra lore building, which is nice, but it also shoving down the audience throats like how we should feel about things. And to me, it just wasn't like nuanced enough to leave in. Again, that's just my personal opinion. But again, for runtime, I was trying to see anything that wasn't necessary was going to hit the cutting room floor, unfortunately.
He was trained as a Jedi. You, I trained to be something more. Something calls to me. Can't you hear it? Something stirs here. Can't you see it?
I see bandits.
There's no need for bloodshed. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. For now.
I really like that now Shin's head turn here is more motivated, you know. It makes more sense that based on what she's hearing, she's making that face and turning around, because it's almost like, my master is saying kind of weird stuff. Something is calling to him. He's hearing things. Like, that makes more sense for this facial expression, I think, personally. Moving on to the next thing, which is finding Ezra. This was not my favorite part in the show. This reunion with them felt so wooden, emotionless almost. I tried as much as I could to, remedy that. I mean, I can't really do much other than what's already given to me here and, my visual effects capabilities. But if I were to rewrite this and direct it myself, I would definitely take this opportunity to have like a real emotional pivotal point for these characters, because they haven't seen each other in like 10 years or something. And she's done all of this. This should be a moment where we see some emotion from Sabine. We see something really affect her as the culmination of her choices, gets to this breaking point, and she sees that everything she's done has led her to Ezra. That should be so emotional, and there should be tears. They should be hugging. They should be embracing. And to me, it fell flat. That was really unfortunate, because this needed to be a much more emotional moment. But I can't change that. I can't reshoot with the actors and everything. So I just had to do what I could with this moment. So I tried to kind of cut out some of the more silly aspects of it and just jump right into the heart of it. So this is how their reunion goes in the show.
I knew I could count on you. Though, sure took you long enough.
Well, you didn't exactly tell any of us where you were going.
That's because I didn't know where I was going.
Typical. Always a plan. Never a good one.
Hey, it worked, didn't it? Didn't it?
It worked.
This is how it goes in my movie.
Knew I could count on you. Sure took you long enough. I see my friends found you.
I changed the score during this section. I took from the soundtrack of Rebels from Kevin Kiner, and I used a track called Ezra and the Whales, I believe. And I just felt like this was a much better introduction to seeing Ezra, because if you watch Rebels, then you might hear this theme, and that might already give you the idea, oh, we're here. This is Ezra. Again, this is the beginning of that section in the movie.
Knew I could count on you.
I kind of like combined a couple of different shots. So this is the original shot.
Knew I could count on you.
So instead of having him standing there, I wanted to just cut to him walking towards her already. So I took the shot from later, which was this shot.
Knew I could count on you.
And I stabilized it and everything, and I just took him from that as he's walking up and took Sabine out of here. And then obviously I need the beginning of this where she turns around and the camera pans to him. And then this is how it ends up looking combined.
Knew I could count on you.
So now he's already walking towards her.
Sure took you long enough.
So now he's here, and then they can just get right into hugging each other. We don't need this long like back and forth about like if it worked, did it not. I ended up using his lines from different sections and putting them on top of video from different parts. So I'm just glad that his mouth movements lined up enough where it doesn't look bad. So in the original, this is where he says, "It sure took you long enough."
Though, sure took you long enough.
In my version, he says that here.
Sure took you long enough.
In actuality, this is what he says for that part.
It worked, didn't it? Sure took you long enough.
Close enough. His mouth movements work, so, that also works. And this was another one where I didn't need to match the movements of his mouth because he's pretty blurred out in the background for this.
Knew I could count on you.
Even without it being blurred out, it does still fit his mouth movements pretty well.
Knew I could count on you.
Even though he actually says, "It sure took you long enough." And then they can just get right into being happy about being together. And we don't need this awkward moment where the energy really dies all of a sudden, like randomly in the middle of this scene.
Very good one.
Hey, it worked, didn't it? Didn't it?
Like, look, even the music.
It worked.
The music died down significantly. We no longer have this triumphant moment. Now it's like we see each other, they have a little witty banter, but then it turns somber, and then it gets happy again. It's just such this weird like roller coaster. And so just like getting right into the triumphant moment is something I wanted to make sure I did. So the music keeps swelling underneath them, they hug, and it's just this momentous moment instead of this.
It worked, didn't it? Didn't it?
It worked.
This is a part that frustrated me a lot, and I'm still not like 100% happy with how it is. I wish that I could rewrite and redirect this section, but for what I had to work with, then I did change a little bit of the end of this scene just so that we kind of get right into moving and we don't need to address how she got here. I think calling too much attention to that was a little weird in the show because she was so standoffish about it.
Friends found you?
Yeah, your very own band of rebels.
I have so many questions. You're riding a hound. How'd that happen? In fact, how did you find me? How did you get here?
Let's not talk about that. Not right now.
Sabine?
Hey,
Hmm?
I just want to be happy that I found you. After all this time, can I have that?
Of course. What? Shh. Come on. We never stay in one place for very long. Let's help him pack up. Sabine, thanks for coming.
Can't wait to go home.
So that part's not too bad. Just this last bit where he says, I can't wait to get home. And then we see, obviously, that that's taking a toll on her because she knows she's basically left Ahsoka for dead and they're probably not going to be leaving. So I like that. Even though I didn't put that in the movie, it's not a bad choice. I just think that for the moment and for the energy that we were going for, it was more triumphant and this relief that we've finally found Ezra. In the movie, I've taken out some of the conversation and I moved the I have so many questions line to the end. So it kind of feels like we're ramping into, okay, he's got a lot of questions and maybe she's going to answer them. We as the audience don't need to know which questions he asks and which ones she's not answering. We can leave that as a mystery for now, especially because we just came into this situation where Ezra is actually here, and that's what we want to focus on. We want to focus on that feeling. So this is how it is in the movie.
I see my friends found you.
Yeah.
Come on. We never stay in one place for very long. Let's help them pack up. I have so many questions.
So I also added kind of the Force theme in there too, reminiscent of finding Ezra, who is a very important Jedi, but also because we're about to move into this section with Anakin. So I, want to kind of give a prelude to seeing Anakin with the Force theme. So it kind of served two purposes there. You'll see that it just goes straight from, oh, I see my friends have found you, to them packing up and going, and then him being like, we don't stay here for very long, let me ask you some questions, and then we can just move to the next thing. In the show, this scene of Ezra and Sabine goes into this next scene with Thrawn and the witches and stuff. This is a scene that I've moved to a different section because I wanted us to get the good feeling of being with Sabine and Ezra and then moving into Ahsoka, which is a lot later. So in the show, this is the end of part 6. And then we get into the beginning of part 7, which is, this Senate hearing that I completely removed. I took the whole thing out. Then this is what we go into. And in the show, I cut some of this stuff out. Didn't need it. I wanted to also save this face reveal. So I'll cut that out too. And then you can see that the color is drastically different here. And this was something that somebody in my Discord pointed out. In this hologram, it should really still have that kind of bluish hue. And I definitely agreed with that because I think this is like 6 years after Return of the Jedi. So maybe in those 6 years, they were able to have color hologram recordings. If now in the Star Wars timeline, they have figured out how to have colorful holograms, sure. But for this recording, which was done during the Clone Wars, I would assume that in their technology, they had just that bluish monochrome recording for their holograms. So in my edit, there's more of this bluish hue instead. That's what it looks like before. And that's my version. So just bringing back that bluish look. Now that we have seen that and we see that she's on her way and she's getting close, now we can see this scene of them talking about, someone else comes.
The thread of fate has spoken to us.
Another comes. A Jedi.
They ride travelers.
Could it be the recently deceased Ahsoka Tano?
Impossible.
I thought it was beyond you to underestimate a Jedi. After all, death and resurrection are common deceptions played out by both Night Sister and Jedi.
Balin assured me of her death.
And yet, he was once a Jedi. So, we must regard him as flawed. Now, we shall consider...
Yeah, so this line...
And yet, he was once a Jedi. So,
Yeah, so we don't need that line about Balin. I feel like with Thrawn, my whole thing was less is more. So the more he explained his reasonings on things, the more it was like, oh, okay, maybe it's really not that impressive, like what he's coming up with. So I just wanted to like take out a lot of him like explaining his reasonings and just getting right to his command.
Balin assured me of her death.
We shall consider Ahsoka Tano alive until we know otherwise. And we shall prepare accordingly.
Yes, Grand Admiral.
I was trying to figure out a way to cut out this whole minefield section because I actually saw an interview of Dave Filoni and he was talking about how this sequence was something that was completely fabricated in the edit.
When we added the minefield, which was never part of the script, and we had to come with on the fly in post because I realized I had a repetitious story beat and I wanted something more unique. I was taking shots that we had and finding a new way to use them, and we were able to create a great sequence because everybody was so flexible and we'd spent our time the right way.
I was trying to figure out a way to have them get into Peridia without the minefield, but it was pretty difficult and I would have had to like try to edit around all these mines. Like I don't think I would have been able to do it. So I did have to keep it. It is a little bit of a weird random action scene that doesn't do much for the story at all. It's just like, okay, we got out of the minefield. Great. So if I had been able to, I would have personally just gotten rid of that and had it go straight into this and then have the fighter group come out and contact them. And I'm sure if I like really sat down and thought about it for a little bit longer, I could figure out how to just like bypass that part. But I was already pretty far into the process and I didn't want to give myself more work. So I just kind of let it be what it was here. Yes, and then so they get attacked by the fighter group and they find themselves in the debris field and they hide out there. In the show, there was this scene that kind of was about Grand Admiral Thrawn, like learning about the minefield and how this was happening. And this is also where he learns about Ahsoka being the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker. And that's something that I cut out deliberately because he already in a previous scene had recognized just name dropping Baylan Skoll. He was like, oh, you're General Baylan Skoll from, you know, the Jedi Order, right? So to me, it would make sense that he already had the knowledge of who Ahsoka was, that Anakin had an apprentice and it was Ahsoka Tano. I feel like that was something we didn't need to see him this late in the game, like realize. And again, it was another one of those moments where Thrawn's reaction to this was that almost like defeat and he's scared. And seeing our villain be scared, we really have to reserve those moments because if we show signs of weakness in this villain, we as the audience are going to be questioning how strong he really is as a villain. And we're not going to be as scared when he's doing things because we're like, subliminally, we're getting this message that he's not as strong as we thought. You know, he's not this scary guy. He does have moments where he's afraid of the potential that Ahsoka is bringing to the table. We want him to be a frightening villain, so we don't need stuff like this. We can show that at some point, but it has to be at very specific points where he's really close to losing. Otherwise, it feels like he's constantly losing. There's another thing that he didn't think about, and you know, that just like makes him a weaker villain. So we want to keep him at the top of his game. If he had already known Baylan Skoll, who like the Star Wars audience were like, who is this guy? We're just learning about Baylan Skoll in this movie. But we've known about Anakin. Everybody's known about Anakin. So of course, if he knows Anakin, he would know Ahsoka. We don't need to spell that out of him finding that out here. I'm just going to assume that he already knows that because he's a great tactician and he's very smart and he's calculated. He's thorough in his investigations and everything. I didn't need that in this moment. So we cut that from this We cut out this whole scene, so, we didn't need that. And then we get to Sabine and Ezra kind of going over things and talking. And then this was a moment, too, where I think people pointed out that maybe Sabine and Ezra said hello to each other in a more intimate way than just being friends. You can see in this area, some people have pointed out and said that that could be a hickey. I don't know. It's a possibility. And so that's another reason why I had cut out that line about them being like siblings to each other, that he said, "You're like a sister to me," because maybe, just maybe, they're a little bit more than that. Again, I'm not confirming it. I'm not saying that that's what I was hoping for with them. I'm just saying I left room for it. So if they decided to do that, there isn't this awkward moment where they've called each other siblings. It's not as awkward as Luke and Leia actually being siblings and having their little kiss. That's very strange. If I ever did a Patterson cut of the original trilogy or the prequels or anything like that, that would be one of those things that I would cut out. So anyways, this section, and then we get into, them kind of looking for Sabine now. Hu Yang says that she's not showing up on any of his scans.
Either my scans are being jammed, or there is too much debris. Shall I try again?
No. We don't need a scan. There's another way.
Do you think your bond is that strong?
So I didn't change much of this. The changes I made next are just so subtle. In the Star Wars movies, whenever somebody's having like a forced connection, a forced conversation, there's always this like 2-frame fade. And so I added those here. You'll see if I go frame by frame, it's this quick 2-frame fade. But in the show, it's just regular cuts. So I'll go frame by frame here. So it's just a hard cut in the show. Obviously, if she was reaching out to Sabine and they didn't have a connection, the hard cut would make sense. But since she does hear her, and since they do have this connection that's strong enough that they can communicate through the Force, I wanted to have that little detail of the 2-frame fade that signifies Force connection and Force communication when you're in different physical locations.
Let's get the bubble here.
See. Ahsoka.
See.
I see her.
The Jedi is there.
Now there's this hard cut reveal of the Great Mother listening in to their Force conversation and kind of like being tuned into that. Whereas before in the show, this original scene, it totally gives away the fact that they're going to find her. So we don't need this. We don't need this at all. And it actually makes this moment even scarier as she's like, bloop, oh, she's joined the Force Zoom call. We don't need to know that they're looking for her until they've found her. So now it's actually more of a shock to us. They're just sitting here hiding out, looking for Sabine. We think that they're totally fine and safe, and they just need to get to Sabine. And then, boom, wait, now we get some new interest in the story. Now we see that the Great Mothers have found Ahsoka. So we don't need to see Thrawn tell them to find her, and we don't need to see that whole beginning thing. We can cut that whole thing out and just let this be more of its own reveal.
You have the coordinates. Open fire.
They found us!
Don't worry. I know where we're going.
In the show, this is how it goes.
You have the coordinates. Open fire.
Something happened. What was it?
Yeah, then we cut back to Sabine.
I don't know. Feeling.
What kind?
Familiar.
Yeah. So that scene again, it's interesting, but it really does kill the momentum of the scene. Because right now, the point of the scene is that they're found. You know, these are the repercussions of that. So now cutting back to Sabine is just like a weird energy choice. So in the movie, we just go straight from them finding her out to open firing.
Open fire.
They found us!
And that almost like severs this force connection because she's still kind of in it. And then we just get right into...
Well done. We've flushed out of hiding.
Shall we prepare our defenses?
No, we're not the focus of the Jedi's attention. Tana will pursue Sabine Wren, whom we have wisely sent far from here. Contact the fighter group and have them re-engage the opponent.
This is a good moment for us to actually hear about Thrawn's plan, because now a new player is in the game, and that player is Ahsoka. And a Jedi, he's very cognizant of the power of Jedi. So now he's not so flippant about, you know, oh, okay, yeah, go find Ezra and I'll send out the mercenaries and they'll kill you all. Now he's like, okay, the Jedi's in the mix, but this is why it's okay. She's just going to go off and look for Sabine, who's far away from us and is being pursued by Baylan and Shin. So we got that covered. I don't need to worry about that. But he's talking about the fighter group going in, which is from Morgan Elsbeth's team. So he's fine with sending out Morgan Elsbeth's resources, but he's not going to send out his own troops because those are precious resources to him. You know, somebody else's resources, he's like, yeah, sure, I'm going to use that to my advantage. But the like troops, I'm not going to deploy them unless it's something dire. So I cut that whole area out in the show where he's, you know, sending out his troops, and he's got a whole squadron coming out, and again, is just there to waste time and his own resources. So I just cut that whole section out. Now Ahsoka is being pursued by the fighter group, and Sabine and Ezra are here looking at Shin and Baylan as they watch there and get ready for their battle with Ezra and Sabine, except, of course, in this section, Baylan is not going to be helping. He's got something bigger. And then we just get right into the attack. And then we have Ahsoka come in, who is being pursued by the fighter group. And she sees Sabine, and she has this moment where she's like, okay, I have to get down there. This is how it goes in the movie, and then I'll show you what the show does. This is what happens in the show.
One.
Yeah, this was such a rough visual effects shot. There's just something so weird about it, especially like right here. I know it's overcast, but it's like they forgot some of the shadows here or something. It's very strange. It just like does not feel right. It's such a weird shot, and the physics feel so off in this. I don't know what it is about it. It's weird. So I attempted to do a new shot. I used this shot, which is an earlier shot. I spent like a week making this Ahsoka 3D model with like her cloak actually having physics simulation and like, you know, going in the wind. And of course, all you can see is this very, very, very tiny Ahsoka right here. I guess this is kind of a mistake, but it's, you can barely notice it. But Ahsoka, there's like two Ahsokas here. So there's the Ahsoka that I added right here, and then there's the original Ahsoka who is right here. So if I go frame by frame, you can see there's Ahsoka's legs here because it's an earlier shot. I tracked this in 3D space, and I basically just had it so that Ahsoka does kind of a front flip onto this mountain area, and then she's able to fall into place here from that front flip. So what I did was I flipped, this is the original shot, so it goes down that direction. So I flipped it, and the problem was that this is the beginning of the shot. I basically had to create what it would look like if we kept panning up to kind of match that. So that's how I came up with this shot. So I basically took her in this frame, I rotated her out of this, and then I used the puppet pin tool to move her very slightly because, you know, she's moving so fast in the first bits of these. But I'd say it works fairly well. It's not the best visual effects shot I've ever made, but I think it gets the job done. I also added that Hu Yang line. I thought it would be a fun little callback to Attack of the Clones.
If you'll excuse me. I hate it when he does that.
George Lucas would say, you know, it's like poetry, it rhymes.
I hate when she does that.
And then we get into this section. Sabine and Ezra are getting ready to fight with the bandits, and Ahsoka and Baylan are getting ready to fight each other. This is how it goes in the show.
Can't allow you to interfere.
I don't have time for this.
That I know.
Again, it's just one of those things that just like takes a really long time, especially after she just said, I don't have time for this. It's just funny that then as a directing choice, we would spend so long just gearing up for this. So this is, again, how it is in the movie.
Can't allow you to interfere.
And then this part I specifically changed in the show. This is how this goes.
What's the plan?
Here, do your thing.
What thing?
It's your lightsaber, take it.
You keep it.
What?
I don't need it. Besides, you've been training.
Very funny.
No, I'm serious.
Take it.
I gave it to you. It's yours now.
At least take a blaster.
No. The Force is my ally. That's all I need.
Well, I'm gonna need more than that.
So this is how that sequence goes in my movie.
What's the plan?
So now it's more just like the impending doom, and Ezra asks about the plan, and Sabine just goes in for her blasters, and then they're attacked. I didn't want any of this like back and forth, especially about the lightsaber. Calling attention to the fact that Ezra wasn't using his lightsaber, even though Sabine is offering it to him, that really irked me. And then for him to be like, the Force is my ally, and then later on he starts using a blaster when all of these, you know, stormtroopers come out. I was like, okay, what is it? Is it that the Force is his ally, or does he use blasters and weapons? It just was a weird sequence. So I just edited most of that out, and now it's almost like things happened so fast. Maybe she even forgot that, you know, she had her lightsaber that she could offer to Ezra. And now it's just like, it's a quick thing. So he's asking about the plan, and then they get attacked. He basically just kind of has to use his hands because he's saving Sabine. So he didn't have time to think about it. They just had to keep going. And then we get more of the battle. And then this section where Shin comes out of nowhere.
Close.
So this is what it is in the show.
Close.
To me, it's more believable that Ezra only got a few moves in without a lightsaber and, you know, just using the Force before Sabine comes in to help. And I also like the idea that the first time Sabine uses her lightsaber is to help Ezra. I like it way better where it's just like Ezra's doing his thing We don't even know if Sabine's around. She's probably dealing with other people. But then she comes in for his rescue.
Close. It's not looking good for you.
I really like how this is now. It's actually a pretty humorous section with a little bit of a tension break in this fight where he's like, it's not looking good for you. And then she just like force pushes him.
Looking good for you.
This is originally how it goes in the show.
It's not looking good for you.
And then the troopers come in.
Take her now.
And he runs. And then she force throws him. Especially since I'm no longer having the troopers come in anymore. This just works better and it's pretty funny actually. I'll show you, this is the original shot. So he's coming in and then is thrown back. So I basically removed him from the shot. So this is the original. And then this is my new shot on it. Yep. And then we have the fight finished between Balin and Ahsoka, and Balin decides he's got other things to do. And we just continue this fight here. I also changed this sequence a little bit, so this is how this goes in my movie. And then this is how it goes in the show. So I just like cut out this little shot here. It's just like a weird break in the action. It makes the Force feel like it takes a second to work. I like this much better. And then in the original shots, the troopers are what interrupt this moment. So you can see in this, I removed all the troopers in the background here. So in my movie, Ahsoka just left the fight with Balin, and so now she's swooping in to help Ezra and Sabine here. This is how it goes in the show. And they basically just get surrounded and they're terrified and all these troopers are here. And then there's this whole section. I got rid of the whole thing with the troopers, so cut out all this stuff. So if you notice, Ezra and Sabine get out of there as soon as it starts because the troopers are shooting, so they leave the frame. So I've now edited it down so that they're still very much there. They're just in the background, and Ahsoka swoops in to save them, and they're kind of like just shocked because it all happened so fast. So I'll go through each shot that I changed. So this one, obviously, this was the original where the troopers come in. And then we cut to Sabine's reaction as we hear the howler coming. And then we cut to Ahsoka coming in. And then Ahsoka gets between Ezra, Sabine, and Shin. In the original shot, you can see the troopers in the back here and around this area too. So I had to take those out. And then in this one too, there are troopers running around in the original shot. So I took them out of that shot as well. So now it's just the bandits that were here. And then this shot, I needed a good shot of Shin flying backwards. She just kind of like falls backwards. I wanted to just do a little bit of a break in that visual and show the howler and the Noti watching as she flies back. So the original shot does not have Shin in it. It's just the shot of them looking from one side to the other. So I thought that would be good motivation for them looking at Shin as she flies across the screen. And then, of course, in the original shot here, there's troopers dead in the back here that I had to get rid of. And I also added Sabine and Ezra back in because there was no reason for them to leave the shot, since in the movie there's no troopers shooting at them. So this was the original. And then this was mine. So I basically just took them from a different shot and added them into this shot. It's so quick that, you know, I'm sure nobody even noticed.
Well, they're all back together. I hope I survive long enough to see the outcome.
And then there's this shot that's completely fabricated. In the show, after this whole interaction, Hu Yang comes to save them. And there he is. He's ready, and they get picked up. And in the last episode, we then have this whole section where they're flying, and then Ezra makes his lightsaber. They have this conversation on the flying ship, and then the TIE fighters are sent in. That's how we get the T6 shuttle shot down. Sabine and Hu Yang take out the TIE fighters, which is a fun sequence, but Thrawn was wasting his resources here. So their last hurrah, they take out these TIE fighters, which literally makes no sense. I don't know why they wouldn't just move out of the way. Then that's when they fall out of the sky. And here it is. Here's the ship on the ground. And so that is what keeps them from getting to Thrawn faster and with the T6 shuttle. So I had a little bit of a problem here because I didn't want to call attention to Thrawn wasting more resources here. I had to find a creative solution of how I could get from one thing to the next. So I knew that we needed Hu Yang and the ship to go down in this sequence, but I didn't want it to be from the TIE fighters. So I had to kind of completely fabricate my own shot of the fighter group shooting him down. So this is the shot unrendered in Blender. So that's what it looks like. That's the model. I downloaded it online, as well as the model for the fighter groups. They didn't have models for the fighters, so I basically downloaded a model of Shin Hati's fighter, and then I made some modifications for it to look like just the regular fighters. And then also this model that I downloaded for the T6 shuttle, I think was more of a model based on the Rebels version of it, like the cartoon. It had some differences that I had to modify to make it closer match what you see in the show. But yes, I completely fabricated this shot so that we could get Hu Yang shot down in this section of the battle.
Well, looks like I'll be landing shortly.
And then I added that line.
Oh, looks like I'll be landing shortly.
I thought it was just like a funny little moment because he's like, I hope I survive long enough to see the outcome. And then he's immediately shot down, and then he, gives his little sarcastic comment. And then we go into this sequence, which I changed the vibe of with the music. So in the original, the troopers are being called back because Balin's skull isn't on the battlefield. I just made it so that obviously the troopers are never there. So once Ahsoka came in and saved the day, now Shin is having this difficult moment. I truncated that a little bit, but I also had to change. You can see, like in this shot, the original has the stormtrooper body in the background here and a stormtrooper helmet down here. So I had to get rid of that in any shot that was facing that direction. So like same with this, and then same with this shot too. And then we get into kind of their reunion. And now the way this ends, instead of them looking up and seeing Hu Yang, now during this hug, I have Hu Yang kind of like update her in this funny little line that I performed for and then added the AI voice on top.
Ahsoka, come in. I have an update on the situation. Good news. The enemy fighters have been called off. Some bad news. It's because I'm going down.
So in the original, Hu Yang is here and he's going to pick them up. And Sabine is even like looking over at Ahsoka lovingly. But I changed her head too so that she was looking at what everybody else was looking at, because it didn't make sense that everyone else was watching Hu Yang fall out of the sky and Sabine wasn't looking at Ahsoka. So I had her head stay in this direction as Hu Yang is going down, and This was a 3D model of the T6 shuttle again that I animated to go down in this fashion.
It's because I'm going down.
And then this shot, the original just has Sabine and Hu Yang in the shot with the hatch door open. So I just got rid of them and I made the door closed here, so it just looks like it crash landed here.
The enemy fighters have been called off. Some bad news. It's because I'm going down.
It provides quick context for why the fighters left and why the T6 shuttle ends up getting shot down over here, because we can't end up with the ship being totally okay, because then there's this weird, like, why didn't they bring the ship over to the Eye of Sion? Like, why didn't Hu Yang help them get over there? And then they wouldn't have had to, like, go on the ground level and then come up and all that stuff. So we needed the ship to be downed for the end to make sense. It served its purpose there, and also I was able to add in a little humorous moment. Now moving on.
Grand Admiral, the cargo transfer is complete.
Good. Very good indeed. Bring the Eye of Sion out of high orbit so that we may begin the interlocking procedure.
There is little the Jedi can do.
So this was a shot that I changed. This is how it goes in the show.
Bring the Eye of Sion out of high orbit so that we may begin the interlocking procedure.
Comscan believes they have a fix on the Jedi shuttle's location.
Dispatch 2 TIE fighters. If they find their mark, tell them to engage.
So obviously I cut out Thrawn sending out the TIE fighters. In the movie, this is one of those things where I took the first half and combined it with the second half. So in the first half, we have
Bring the Eye of Sion out of high orbit so
this
that
line.
we may begin the interlocking procedure.
And then Enoch keeps talking. So I took him from the second half of this shot where he leaves. So now it just looks like he's like, yes, sir, and then walks out. So he goes across, and I use that kind of as a wipe transition. And now Morgan Elsbeth kind of gets knighted, or night-sistered, or whatever. And then we transition into Ezra making his lightsaber here. And again, just kind of move some stuff around in the conversation and cut out a few things just to keep it flowing.
That's it.
I had 2 of those. Kanan took the one, the other I held on to in case he ever needed it. It is proper that you should have it.
Thank you, Hu Yang.
Well done. Looks like you were a good student.
Hey, Sabine, Ahsoka ever teach you how to...
I liked that we're kind of moving into this, moment where Sabine kind of has to reconcile her choices. She has to look inward and understand everything that she did and where she is now. So I really, really wanted to include this scene where she and Ahsoka talk to each other about what it means to be a good master and a good student and all that stuff. I really liked this scene, and I felt like I couldn't lose it, because then the movie would just kind of feel hollow. There wouldn't be something that the characters were able to solve together, put aside their differences and understand each other. So I felt like this was a really big emotional pivotal point for the story, and I needed to have it. But the problem was, in the show, this happens before the TIE fighters shoot down the T6 shuttle. Their ship is low flying, so it's not making a lot of movement, but they're flying over the group of Nodi that Ezra has been hanging out with. So I basically had to change it so that they're still downed. The last time we saw the ship, it was just shot down by the fighters. So I knew I wanted this scene, but now I had to make it happen. This is the original shot. And then this is my shot. These are the originals. And then here's how it looks in the movie. So we're stuck in place now. And basically I took like a background from a different shot somewhere in the show and like painted out whatever was in it, and then just used that to kind of place in the background so that it looked like the same environment and everything, because essentially it is. Had to do a lot of rotoscoping obviously with all this. So like even stuff like this where in the show they're flying. But in the movie, they're stationary, you know, and I even added the dirt here piled up because they crash landed. I needed the emotional impact that this scene has so that the overall story would feel satisfying. So I had to change it up so that this happened on the ship as it's shot down. Here's how the scene goes in the show.
You must be pleased.
More relieved than anything else?
Your gamble paid off.
So you know.
I do.
Never thought I'd see him again.
You might not have.
In the movie, Ahsoka sees Sabine come out, and then she says her line, and Sabine just kind of like, you can tell she's closed off. She doesn't really want to talk about it, so she turns around. So this is how it goes now.
You must be pleased.
Never thought I'd see him again.
You might not have, had you chosen differently.
I feel like this is a little bit more natural with her being distant and not wanting to talk about it and then turning around. And then once Ahsoka is standing by her side, then she opens up. Then she's like, I know what you're talking about, and I made the decision I made because I didn't think I'd ever see him again, you know? And so I like that kind of as the beginning.
Sorry.
So at this point now, she can have this reaction of, ah, man, she does know. She sensed it. She saw it through the Force, you know. She has the knowledge. Maybe before she's maybe still trying to wait on that information, but then this kind of confirms it in a more nuanced way.
Sorry.
I know.
You're not mad?
Over the years, I've made my share of difficult choices. Often no one understood my reasons.
Totally different note. Every single time I hear this now, for some reason, I just hear Rosario Dawson saying raisins instead of reasons, and I cannot not hear that. And I'm so sorry that I just did that to you guys, because now you're probably also going to hear it, but I'll show it to you again.
Often no one understood my reasons.
I don't know. I just always hear it. And often no one understood my raisins.
Often no one understood my reasons.
Nobody gets my grapes either, you know? Terrible joke. Terrible joke.
Often no one understood my reasons. Except my master.
Anakin.
He always stood by me.
So this is the show.
He always stood by me. Even when no one else did. That's why, no matter what happens next, I'm going to be there for you. Now, have you kept up with your training?
I try. I do. I do. I have gained better control over my lightsaber.
I'll tell you a secret. Being a Jedi isn't about wielding a lightsaber.
It helps, especially in our situation.
Train your mind. Train your body. Trust in the Force.
Hey, let's go. Just finished.
Yeah, so this is when the TIE fighters come in, which I cut out. This last section, I honestly don't mind. You know, I think that I like this little lesson at the end here that I did end up cutting, you know, when they kind of switch places here. talk about training and what it means to be a Jedi and stuff. I just think for like the point of this scene, once we've established that Ahsoka is like, listen, as your master, I am going to trust you. Wow, terrible, terrible time to pause here. As your master, I'm going to trust you. And that is kind of the moment that the scene like reaches its emotional peak and like kind of the reason for that scene, at least in the movie. Again, I think that it works and I didn't cut it because I had a problem with it. It's just like for runtime purposes, what we needed in this scene was Sabine and Ahsoka coming together and understanding each other and resolving their issues. And then we can move into now we're going to like join the fight. So now it just ends with this.
I'm going to be there for you.
And then we're right into, we got the Howlers, and we are on our way.
And is tracking 2 targets incoming from the north.
Good. Rain hellfire upon them. There'll be no negotiating with the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker.
I've got the cargo on the Star Destroyer, and I'm on my way to getting out of here. Seeing that they're about to do some kind of ground invasion, he's got to start thinking, okay, this is the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker. I do need to be taking this seriously, especially since we're so close and they are on our tails, basically. So that's why I decided to make that reveal here that he knows her already and that he has known that. In the movie, he hasn't really been putting much thought into them because he kind of put them on the back burner and was like, oh, Shin and Baylan are going to deal with it. But now, maybe in his mind, he's like, wow, they defeated Shin and Baylan. Maybe this is something I definitely have to take seriously. And now that I'm thinking about it, of course, like Ahsoka was trained by Anakin Skywalker. So I'm going to put my full attention into this now. Yeah, and then this sequence, I mostly just made it shorter. In some parts, it kind of dragged on. Also, I don't know if maybe, I'm sure that the artists that worked on this section, I know that like explosions, volumetrics, like obviously I do visual effects. I know this kind of stuff is really difficult. And maybe there was a time crunch and stuff, and I'm sure that these people are just on green screen, hopping up and down like they're on something. This whole sequence, the visual effects kind of took me out of the story, and I say that with the utmost respect to the people that worked on this, because I'm sure they were facing deadline crunches, and again, I totally understand. I've worked on things where like the final product that comes out is not the exact product that I would want to put out into the world, but deadlines happen and sometimes you just got to get it done. So no hate to the artists that worked on this. Like I get it. It happens sometimes. And I know that I also have an extreme privilege of like kind of setting my own deadlines. I'm one person, so I don't have like a corporate structure above me telling me I can't do certain things and stuff. So I totally understand that I come from a place of extreme privilege, being able to change some of these parts and do my own thing in these movie edits that I do. I definitely understand that, and I just want to make that clear. Like, at no point am I like throwing shade at the artists that worked on this, because I've been there and I understand. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and sometimes it can look a little muddy and funky. So again, that's just why I was trying to like truncate things and make it move along so you weren't sitting on a wonky shot for too long. And I like this because it's kind of the first moments that we are seeing, in the movie, where these are the first moments where we're seeing Thrawn start to give off the impression that these people are annoying him and that it's getting under his skin because he's been feeling, pretty on top of the world. And now at the end, he's like starting to get frustrated. So now is when I'm like, yes, we can start seeing those moments where he's feeling defeated in his facial expressions. And this one I think was a great one and very nuanced performance. And then they make it in and he's obviously frustrated.
I shall inform the Great Mothers that it's time.
Playtime's over. We got to kick it into high gear. This is what happens in the show.
Dispatch the night troopers. I shall inform the Great Mothers that it's time.
I cut that dispatch the night troopers line because I completely cut out this section where they're fighting. My personal take on it is I didn't cut the zombie aspect of the troopers. Like in my head, they're still, zombie-esque. Maybe they had the same kind of like witch magic that Marak had, where like they don't explicitly say that Marak was even possessed in the first place. So I didn't think that we needed to specifically say, are these troopers zombified or are they not? I don't think it necessarily matters in this section. I also was cutting for time. Like a lot of this just took up time. But one of the biggest reasons why I cut this section is because when they do start reanimating here, they have a time crunch now. I wish I could say that it didn't frustrate me, but it really does. Maybe if this happened and they were in front of the door, blocking the door, I'd be like, okay. If like a bunch of troopers were here, like dead and blocking this area, and then they started to be reanimated, I'd be like, okay, I get it. Like, and I don't think I would have cut them like going through the process of reanimating and everything. But right now, like, go run up the stairs. I'm begging you, go run up the stairs. You're just standing there, and that was just like irked me to no end. You can probably see I'm getting very frustrated just talking about it. They're just looking. They're looking around. They're watching as they're reanimating. That's when I'd be like, all right, we're running up the stairs. Also, another thing that this whole sequence brings up, at some point here, they're able to close the blast doors. And if I was Thrawn and I had this ability to close all the blast doors to the stairs going up to reach where he is, I would have closed every single blast door on the stairs before they got here, So keeping this whole section in here, to me, adds more problems to the experience. So yeah, that's why I cut those certain moments, especially in a time where like you can feel the climax of the movie is coming. So here in the movie, they get inside and he's like, all right, I'm going to have to kick this into high gear. Let's make sure that we're doing all that we can to get out of here as soon as possible.
We are ready to depart, Grand Admiral.
The Jedi are advancing swiftly. At this rate, they may get on board the ship, which will be problematic. We require a little more time.
I understand.
I mean, they still do have a lot of time to go up those many flights of stairs. So he knows that, like, if anything, he has a little bit of time. Morgan's story is so tragic. She gave so much to this and she lost so much. And then even like, seeing more of her story in like Tales of the Empire too, like they really created a tragic character here. And I don't know if they meant her to be so tragic. She was just a pawn. She was just used. But anyways, going on. I love her last little bit, like, for Dathomir.
Dathomir.
Yeah. In order to not feel like a pawn in Thrawn's game, she has to like recontextualize it for herself.
Dathomir.
And then we move straight into, now they're just running up the stairs and they've met with Morgan now. Wouldn't take her too much time to like walk down and then get to this area and then, meet up with Sabine and Ezra and Ahsoka. But I would imagine it took a little bit more time. I imagine she got into position, maybe had a small battalion of troops that were with her so that she could ambush them at some point. At least that's how I'm like picturing it, but this I didn't really change much of, especially when they start fighting. Man, like the choreography and the stunts, it was really great. I didn't even do any like speeding up of it or anything. Like this fight I really liked, and anytime Morgan and Ahsoka are fighting, it's just a treat to watch. They both do an amazing job. And then we get here too, and the Death Troopers, we also were never explained in the show like if they were reanimated or whatever. Like, obviously when they get more close up, you can see that they're like, they've been dead for a while. I don't need to explain the zombie troopers. I don't need to show the resurrection. You know, you can probably guess that there's a significant portion of his army that are already kind of undead. And so that's kind of what I was going based off of. And again, that also just saved me some runtime. My philosophy for Sabine's force powers, it's very clear to me that they're on this path of Sabine being a Jedi. That's where they want to go. And ultimately, I do want my edits to fit into canon, you know, so the big picture stays the same. And so it's obvious that Dave Filoni has a plan to make Sabine into a Jedi. So I knew I didn't want to change that. I have no problem with her being a Jedi. I think the things that I want to look for is what kinds of force abilities people are able to gain in a short amount of time and without like full training. I think in this story and in the movie version, we do see her training, and obviously in the show we see her training and learning about the force and stuff. So again, I don't mind that like in this moment of need, she's able to get the lightsaber using the force. You know, I really think that makes a lot of sense, and it makes sense from a climactic standpoint too, of like a character is in dire need of their powers and they're able to channel it by like finally tapping into it. So this I kept intact, and then I'll show you later the big change that I made, and then I'll talk more about that. Morgan and Ahsoka keep fighting, and then these night troopers come out. And I do realize that since I cut out the stuff with them even interacting with any troopers at that point, it is strange here that they just like kind of come out of nowhere. You could be like, oh, maybe Morgan set that up and had them come out at a specific time for like more of an ambush situation. But also, that's just a product of editing it this way. It wasn't something that I could really cut out because the troopers are a very big part of the end sequence, so I couldn't cut them out completely. So this is, I guess, one of those things where it'd be like, oh, that's a plot hole. I'm hoping that you're in the story enough where like it's not a huge thing that takes you out of the story, but I know that for some people it did take them out of the story. And again, I was allowing myself a couple of like moments that maybe don't make so much sense. And I'm sorry if it didn't work for you. I understand that criticism. So now we get to Sabine and Ezra feeling hopeless in this moment. It's a little too far.
I can't make that jump.
Yes, you can.
Appreciate the confidence.
Ezra, the longer you hesitate, the harder this gets. Come on! You can force pull me up once you get on board. But you have to go now.
Okay.
Okay, and this is how it goes in the show.
I can't make that jump.
Yes, you can.
Appreciate the confidence.
I push you first and you pull me across.
Spin.
Ezra, I can do this. Ezra, the longer you hesitate, the harder this gets. Come on!
Okay.
Ready?
Go!
This is when it starts to take me out of the story, when I feel like all of a sudden she's gained this incredible power. Now she's like gonna like throw her friend up 100 feet onto a Star Destroyer. And to me, that just like was a little too much of a leap. And it even like kind of lessens the importance of Jedi training. If you can like tap into it this fast after like doing something basic, like pulling your lightsaber to you, seems like an insane leap to me. I'm sure there's people with different opinions on it, and you're welcome to express those opinions like in the comments or whatever. I would love to kind of hear everybody's different opinion on this. But again, these movies are for me personally, and this is just one of those things that took me out of the story. So I wanted to change it so that now we can give this moment to Ezra, where like he is a powerful Jedi, and we know that he kind of has like a deeper connection with the Force. You know, he's had it since a very young kid, and throughout the whole movie, Sabine's always saying like, oh, I just don't have that connection. Not like you, Ahsoka, and not like Ezra, you know? So this whole time we've been alluding to how strong Ezra is. And so I felt like this was a really nice time to give Ezra a moment to shine and show that he is very powerful. And Sabine, she's tapped into the Force in a way she's never done before, but she's not going to like go full in, because what if Ezra doesn't make it? Thinking in Sabine's shoes, like, yeah, I just used the Force to grab my lightsaber, but does that mean now I'm going to trust it so much that I'm going to put my friend in danger, make it up to me to like push him with the Force? Because like, what if all of a sudden I don't feel it anymore, and now he's 100 feet in the air, doesn't make it, and now he's falling, you know? And I think it just makes more sense for her to be encouraging Ezra to use his powers that she knows he's very capable with, and, you know, make this leap before it's too late. So I feel like that I'm more comfortable with happening. So I have Ezra still like debating, should I even do this? Like, then I'm leaving my friend. So I did add this line.
You can force pull me up once you get on board, but you have to go now.
I performed for Sabine and then had her voice overlaid on top. But to me, that then solidifies for him, like, okay, I do think that I can make this jump, but I'm not going to do it unless I know that Sabine is going to come with. Since I know you're going to be coming with, I'm okay with making this leap. So in the original shot, they didn't even change it. Like, even though in the show, you can see this is what happens. He's going up, and you can totally tell that he's not going to make it. You can just tell. But this shot beforehand, they still should have done some kind of tweaking to it. Like, they did absolutely nothing. He just jumps, like as if he was on the green screen stage and he just jumped. And you can already see, if we had cut like more here, then maybe you could fake the momentum. But the show cuts a few frames later where you're already starting to see this downward descent. They didn't change it at all. They basically just had the actor jump as high as he could, and then they went on to the next thing. The movie version, he has a more powerful jump, so I had to change that anyways. But it still baffles me that in the actual show, they didn't even have him move up a little bit more. Okay, so here's in the movie. I gave him a much more powerful leap so that he's already a lot further up here. I made like a 3D model of him, and then you can see like there's cloth simulation going on here with his cloak thing. And I also have his lightsaber connected to his belt, which kind of sells the shot and cuts together nice with the actual shot here. I really liked this shot of Sabine. She's had this moment of like, oh my gosh, is he not going to make it? Is he going to make it? This facial expression was so great to end that moment. But in the show, she's pushing him at this point. So I took her hands out because I liked her facial expression, but I couldn't have her arms outstretched like that because in the movie, she's not force pushing him anymore. She's just like watching this happen. Didn't change much of this. And Sabine is now there to save the day. And we've come full circle where Sabine has decided to be selfless at this point, and she's already accomplished her goals with Ezra. And even though she wishes so much that she could be in the next chapter with Ezra, she realizes that her loyalty to Ahsoka and to training and to being a Jedi, that this is the right thing to do, is to help your master when she's in need. The biggest change here in the show, so she's sliced in the stomach and she falls to the floor.
Morgan is dead.
She has done what was required.
And then in the movie, this is how it goes.
Morgan is dead.
So I have her beheaded in this version. One, I think that it's just like a more dramatic element to add to it. I also again, like I said, like I want my edits to fit within canon, just be like an alternate way for them to happen. If I had thought that they were planning on resurrecting her at some point later on, I would not have done this because beheading someone is pretty final. But just from what I'd seen in the show, where the Great Mothers sense that she is dead, they tell Thrawn Morgan is dead. So to me, that's pretty definitive. And if that wasn't definitive enough, this whole fortress falls and gets destroyed and is under rubble and everything. So to me, it's very definitive that like Morgan Elsbeth is dead and not coming back. So I felt confident enough that like I could do a more definitive death for her. And I guess maybe it's become kind of a staple of mine in my movies to have somebody who wasn't decapitated actually get decapitated, because I know I did that for my Obi-Wan edit as well. So maybe that's a little staple for me, but I do feel like we have like a severe lack of limbs being hacked off by lightsabers. So it's always fun to like see what kind of damage a lightsaber can do. So that is why I changed this moment. And then the rest of this pretty much plays out how it does in the show, just truncated some things for time. Yeah, so I just cut out a couple of lines here. This was one of them.
I concluded your strategies would be similar.
Basically says that line with his line about
You're your master.
Like, I know you because I knew your master. Like, that already is a nice nuanced way of saying that. We don't need him to say that he figured out the strategies. It was just like your master, you know, again, unnecessary. And it's, you know, I like to go with kind of more of that nuanced way of saying it.
I know you because I knew your master. One wonders just how similar you might become. Today, victory is mine.
I just cut out that Ronin line.
Perhaps this is where a Ronin such as you belongs.
He's ready to go, you know, and he's just getting kind of the last word in. So I just didn't feel like we needed that line. So then he just goes right into victory's mine. Hopefully I never see you again, you know?
Long live the Empire.
And so the rest of this is pretty similar to the show. I think I just, again, truncated some stuff for time. Very well done for like an end sequence. It felt really nice. And then here's where I made another big change. Here, I'll show you how it goes in the show. So Ezra comes in and Hera's here with the whole crew. And the last time that this shuttle was anywhere near them, it had Shin and Balin on it. So they are rightfully terrified. And then a stormtrooper comes out. They draw their weapons. But then Chopper is interested. We get him touching Chopper. And then we get the Ezra reveal here. Taking off his helmet. Looking at Hera. And that's when Hera kind of recognizes him. They stare at each other and he starts walking slowly over. I would have had a little bit more emotion in the scene and had them like embrace and stuff like that. But again, I can't change that. So what I can change is something that really irked me, which was Ezra coming in with the stormtrooper helmet on. This is how the movie goes.
Hi, Hera.
Ezra?
Well,
Why did I have it so that Ezra comes out without his helmet on? To me, that was a very interesting choice. I think that Ezra coming out in full stormtrooper gear with the helmet puts him in extreme danger. He's about to board a New Republic ship, and he obviously remembers that during his time, when he was part of the rebellion, stormtroopers were not friendly people. So I wanted to have him come out with his helmet off already. And the last time Hera saw him, he was still a kid. And he didn't have this beard and he didn't look like a man. And so it's already believable enough that she doesn't recognize him at first. I get how Chopper would be able to like understand who he is faster than the rest of the people, but it makes sense that Hera wouldn't immediately recognize him because he does look so different and he's a full-grown man now. First, I have it so that it opens up and Hera is already like, she's got PTSD from the fact that this ship had come in before. She didn't see it, obviously, but I'm sure she's seen the reports and everything. So she's on edge about like what this could mean. So she immediately draws her weapon. And then this unidentified person comes, and then that's when everybody else draws their weapon. And now we see, okay, it's just a guy without his helmet on, which is a lot less threatening. So, but it's still like a scary situation. But Chopper immediately comes by and he comes up to meet Ezra. And so in this shot, originally it's this shot. So you can fully see Ezra has this helmet here. So I needed to punch in a lot so that you don't see the helmet. And then he's kind of petting Chopper here. So in this moment, he's actually taking off his helmet. So I used this plate of him taking off his helmet. And I did this like full CG body replace. So you can see here, this is a completely CG body. I downloaded a Stormtrooper model, made some modifications so that it would fit. So I like totally retextured it. And I added these like cloth wraps and stuff so it would fit with this. And obviously when I like flip back and forth, it's not perfect, but it got the job done. And hopefully people didn't notice it, but maybe you did. But I needed him to not be holding this anymore. But in order for that to work, now also I need to change this shot too. So the original of this shot is that he's petting Chopper and then his arm, you can see his arm over here. It's going up because he's about to grab his helmet. So I had to use a CG arm here going down, which fit the animation of the next shot so that that is a much smoother transition. And then so now I have this moment where Hera is looking at Ezra and she's confused. You know, Chopper recognizes him and now she's starting to think, there's no way. There's no way. So in the movie here,
hi, Hera.
Ezra is the one to initiate. You know, he's the one that's like, hi, Hera. In the show, it goes like this.
Ezra?
Hi, Hera. I'm home.
In the movie, I like that he's the one to initiate. He can visibly see how confused she is. So I think that's when he's like, okay, like, hi, it's me, you know? And then that's when she asks the question. Then she's like, Ezra. And then he's like, I'm home. I like it better that way. I don't think it's bad in the show or anything. I liked that Ezra was the one to initiate, you know, after seeing her so confused, he's like,
hi, Hera.
And then that's when she's like, oh, wait, Ezra?
Ezra?
And then he's like, yeah, it's me. I'm home. And I cut out that wide shot so that we can get into the next part without feeling like, go run, go hug him, you know, and I know it kind of cuts off the moment a little early. I couldn't like refilm these moments. I still think that this works. So we're now nearing the end here. I just cut a few lines. I like to use the performance to tell the story. And I felt like having this moment between them be more nuanced. You know, she says, you did well. Sabine is able to like take that to heart. Doesn't have to verbalize it, you know. She can just take the compliment from her master. Whereas in the show, she says,
Did well. Did I?
She's still questioning it here.
Thrawn got away.
And we kind of recap what happens. Thrawn got away.
And thanks to you,
Ezra got home.
Ezra got home.
I personally like it more. She's taking that compliment, but then also you can see her
Did
struggling
well.
with it in her performance.
Ezra's where he needs to be.
Without Sabine having to like outright say like, you know, I'm struggling with the decision that I made here, Ahsoka can reassure her as the master. You know, she says, you did well. She sees Sabine here.
Well,
She smiles a bit, but then her face goes back down and she's here, you know, more with a somber look on her face. And I think Ahsoka now can just sense more words of reassurance for her.
did well. Ezra's where he needs to be. And so are we. It's time to move on.
So I think the performances here already say the lines. You know, we don't need extra dialogue. This is what happens in the show.
I hope.
You did. Ezra's where he needs to be. And so are we. It's time to move on. What is it?
I felt like... nothing. Just shadows in the starlight.
This music underneath this section is beautiful from the show. Like I really did like it. I changed it to the music from The Force Awakens just because, I don't know, to me, like the way that that music goes right into the credits is just so classic Star Wars and it just feels so good. I think I used it in my Obi-Wan movie as well. It just like, what a way to end a movie. So I didn't have a problem with the original score. I just think that the energy is a lot different. The energy, it's like sad but upbeat, but then also like low energy, and then it just kind of like cuts to black, and then we start up a new score. But I changed it to the Force theme from Force Awakens just to have the energy of the end of a Star Wars movie. I don't make music, so that's one thing that I can't do in these edits. I can't rescore by like writing my own music and performing it. I just feel like it's such a great way to end a Star Wars movie. So that's why I changed the music here. And so because of that, I had some timing things that I had to fix just to fit the timing of the music. But again, I really did love the score before. It just didn't have the energy that I wanted to convey that like a Star Wars movie has at the end, but didn't have a problem with it. Some of the things that I did have to change here was for the timing to work out, I needed to truncate this last bit. In the show, it takes a while for Anakin to show up in the shot. Anakin hasn't even shown up yet in the shot as we back up. I needed this whole end section with Anakin because it's just a great performance. So I needed to get to Anakin's Force Ghost quicker. So I had to do the same thing I've done throughout this whole thing where I take the end of a shot and combine it with the beginning of the shot. And then we get into the credits, which I spend a long time making these credits. I write each and every credit here. I check the IMDb pages and I check the original credits and everything. I really try to credit every single person that made these shows possible, but in this classic Star Wars style, like adding John Williams onto the music by, because I did use a few moments of John Williams, as well as Kevin Kiner's score from Rebels, and he was the composer of the Ahsoka show as well. So, and then for these, I like write them in Photoshop, but I also take the original. So I'll show you like the credits of the original. Obviously this stuff I have to rewrite completely because this is a totally different style. And then when we get into these cards, what makes it really nice is that these don't scroll. I mean, it might be nice for it to scroll so that I wouldn't have to do that work. But since these are just cards and they just cut from one to the next, I'm able to like take each frame and look throughout each episode and see if there are any differences in each card. I really do my best to like make sure I don't miss anybody in these credits. It is hard though, because there's a lot of credits. Like the credits for each show is obviously different because different people work on different episodes. So I do my best to cross-reference all of the different credits sequences in each episode and credit everybody. I'm sure I've missed people, or I'm sure that there are some doubles in there. Very sorry about that, but I really do try to put the care into crediting everybody that was involved in the actual show in these new credits that are stylized the way the Star Wars movies are, kind of in this like more bluish font and with the stars in the background and stuff. Once the music from Force Awakens ends, the first song, then I transition into music from the actual credits, like of the Ahsoka show. And then at the end, I have Anakin's theme from Phantom Menace, since Anakin was a big part of this movie. And it's a really, really beautiful score and has a really nice, soft ending. And then the last thing that I did was add this title card, because obviously we lost Ray Stevenson, who played Balin. We lost him before the show even came out, which was a huge shame, because I think he would have just adored what the fans had to say about his character and how much the fans embraced Balin as a character. And so I wanted to make sure that I honored him here, because in the first episode of Ahsoka, they do have that credit for our friend Ray. You know, I'm never met him or anything. I don't have that kind of connection to him. So I didn't feel comfortable taking that exact wording and saying like for our friend Ray. I didn't want to like overstep anything. So I just thought having a nice little in loving memory of Ray Stevenson would be a nice nod to him as an actor and who we lost, and still respecting that I'm not close enough to like say our friend Ray. But anyways, yeah. And then of course we end with the Lucasfilm logo and we're done. And yeah, there is the movie. I'm so excited that I got to share that whole process with you. I just love getting to work on these projects and having an open dialogue with the Star Wars community. It's always so much fun. And I think that it also just makes me better as a filmmaker and as a storyteller. These edits are always just such a great creative outlet for me. And it's amazing that it's connected with so many people and that it resonates with a lot of people. And I hope that maybe through this, you've learned something about editing, or you've learned something about the creative process or stuff like that. Huge shout out to everybody that worked on these shows. I wouldn't be able to do this if it weren't for the actual artists that go out there and have the budget to make these and have the passion to tell their own story. So again, like huge shout out to the original artists and creators that worked on these. And I understand the extreme privilege that I have of being one person where I can kind of have a singular vision and work with the footage that we already have. It's great to see more Star Wars. And like, I know that I have my own problems with how things have been panning out with Star Wars, but I really am hopeful. And I really, really love Star Wars so much. I mean, I wouldn't have dedicated 10 months of my life for Ahsoka and probably 6 months to 8 months on Obi-Wan and 3 or 4 months on Boba Fett and stuff. So I obviously have a lot of passion for this franchise and for the community. And I just feel so grateful that I get to be a part of it and I get to share it with you. So I hope you enjoyed seeing all the behind the scenes, and I would love to hear from you. So don't forget to follow me on my socials. Check out the Patreon if you feel like you want to, you know, support me in extra ways. But another way that you can help me is just by signing up for my email newsletter, all that stuff, just so we can keep in contact. I have some really exciting stuff coming up in the future. So if you want to like keep up with all that stuff, go ahead and subscribe and turn on notifications and everything. And definitely follow like my Instagram and stuff like that. Those are the best ways to get in contact with me and keep up with everything that I'm up to. So I've got some fun videos that I want to explore more. Maybe some things stepping away from Star Wars, but Star Wars is still going to be a big part of my journey and my life going forward. But put all your questions in the comments. The next thing that I want to do at some point in the future is do kind of like a Q&A video, or maybe even I'll make it a live stream. I just really love sharing these edits and I love this whole process. And thank you so much for watching. May the Force be with you.